What's up, Dub Nation? Sorry I'm a little late. I got done writing an article and now I'm getting ready for getting all the equipment ready. Um, got YouTube TV up to clip any plays that I need. Dean Chambers, I sent you the live stream, the StreamYard thing. I am very excited about this game. I also wrote an article right here, so please go like this because it just lays out everything about Jonathan Kuminga. There's a lot of misconceptions out there. Obviously, social media is going to lie to you. And again, I talked about this at the top of the previous live stream at Portland, and the link is in the description. But the previous live took 15 minutes to basically talk about the same thing. The Bucks Pistons game, Arbel DM'd me and said Lindy tied the game late, so that's pretty cool. But that's still going on, so they're in overtime. So I think they'll delay this tip off, which is fine. That helps me out. And then finally, I'm really excited to tell you about the Instagram that I did that you guys should all watch. To do that, I'll just go to our Discord because it's a lot easier. And I still haven't gotten the Discord ready for public consumption. I hope we win. If we win today, then I'll have time to I'll have like a whole day. First of all, I got to do my taxes, and then but I could always send in a an automatic extension, obviously, on that. Gets a little dicey because you still got to estimate it right. But then I will spend another day in the next week or until Saturday, let's say. Game one at the Lakers would be Saturday, let's say. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but this Discord will then be able to go live if I have enough days in advance. I'm going to go to every post and do I not have it on here? Oh, I don't have it on here yet. Let me fix that real quick. I did an Instagram reel that's freaking awesome in my opinion. Oh shoot! And I also got to do I also got to do marketing shit. So first of all, let me just put the Instagram link right here. I just posted this right now, and let's go watch this because this is awesome. So click that one, goes over here. This is about 30 seconds of the Portland behind the scenes, which, by the way, you guys should check out as well. Let's see. Let's get it back on the box score screen, but this is a Portland IG reel, which is awesome. And let's go watch this for about 30 seconds and I'll go do some marketing. Okay, it starts with Guy assaulting Trayce, which is hilarious. So let's refresh. Guy assaults Trayce. All right, let's listen to the rest of it. Look at Steph. I call this the wet parabola. The wet parabola. Man, that song is stuck in my head because they did it for Blazers intros, and it's really, man, I love intros because it gets you hyped. So that's the highlight reel, and the actual video is right here. And so let's go watch this for a little bit. Oh, what happened? I guess I wanted to play an advertisement. I've got advertisements shut off. Just skip over here. Curry! I'll be with you guys soon doing marketing. Sorry about that. While I still can. Did they tip off just now? I'm not sure. Not on my screen. So obviously I'm always about a minute and a half behind. But that's okay. We're down. Okay, I'm almost done, and we're about to tip off, and I'm about to go live on Instagram as well. My fault. Let's look at the refs, and let's get the box score up and running. I'm sure it's already tipped off live, but as I said, I'm always about a minute and a half behind because of the YouTube stream. They've got Norman Powell, Kawhi, Chris Dunn, James Harden. Kawhi's the 4, Zubac's at the 5. And our refs for tonight, Kevin Scott. Oh, man. All right, I like John Butler. It's okay. This is not the best. Knew we wouldn't get Ed Malloy again. Jacyn Goble. I like him better than his brother, John Goble. And John Butler's probably the best one out of these. So there's your referees. And I wonder if Draymond can win a tip against Zubac. That'd be tough. But I'm going to go live on Instagram. So let me see if I can juggle this and get it going. Probably not. Highlight. Boom. All right. Hey, Draymond won another tip. Wow. Okay. Draymond's so good at winning tips. Over to Moody, left side corner, back to Podz, up top. Circle, really. He's going to work on Norm as he kind of stares him down and draws a foul on Powell. Bad reach in by Powell. That was a strange offense. So Podz waits and draws foul on Powell. Interesting. I wonder if that was by design. I think it might be. They decided to attack Powell right out the gate. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm live on Instagram right now. But if you want to engage and go to YouTube, but I am going to do the play-by-play of the Clippers game and show you the YouTube screen. 3 ball by Was it James? I think it was James. See if you can see that. Yep. We'll have full screen later at times, and we'll go through some clips. Lead pass to Jimmy, knocked away by Chris Dunn, and there's Steph underestimating that. He has that problem sometimes. Dunn for three, good, and that's Steph's fault, right? 2-6, by the way. Podz to the nail, got it over Kawhi. All right, Podz. We got really good BP today. That was via Draymond pick. 4-6. I think I missed a couple plays. Draymond reaching on Powell, foul. I missed a couple plays there on while I was going live on Instagram. We'll probably go 4 hours on Instagram. Oh yeah, Harden hit the three, and that's it. So three. Oh, they hit 2 threes. Yeah, done. Okay, yeah. So that's how they got the 6 points. Scroll quickly to get around there. Jimmy gambles on a pass to Kawhi, and Kawhi got the easy bucket. So not a good gamble. And Jimmy will attack, and he misses. Kawhi 94 feet. So you smoke a layup. Sometimes it's like a turnover. 4-10. Podz gets a switch to Harden over to Steph. Dunn in the trail. Drives and draws a foul on Dunn. So good job by Draymond to set the pick there. And when you watch the replay, I should actually clip this for you guys. It's so unique the way Draymond sets picks. It's freaking genius, honestly. So I want you guys to take a look at this next time down. Got to get done in foul trouble. And that's not a bad foul to take by Dunn, obviously. You're physicaling, you're giving Steph physicality, and not the worst defense. And you got 5 more fouls to spare. Anyways, 10-6. Draymond disrupts a pass. Oh, man, what defense by Dray. And Steph back to Draymond. Outside Podz. Gets a screen from Dray. Keeps Dunn behind him. Zubac doubles. He's got a pivot. Finds Moody in the corner. What a find. Moody misses it. Oh, well. Moody's been kind of off lately, right? So hopefully he'll snap out of that slump or mini slump. 9 minutes to go. James takes Podz. Draws contact, no call. Good no call. And Steve's going to call timeout. I wonder if there was a coverage miss there. I don't know. Was it Moses? I can't imagine leaving Podz on an island unless you decide that Chris Dunn just made a 3, so you don't want to take the chance of him getting hot. So Moses stayed in his tracks. I'm looking at Jerry Stackhouse here. I don't know. We'll take a look at this. Send this one over. Airdrop that one. Send the other one. Should just send both at the same time, but oh well. Hold on, I got some technical difficulties on my laptop. Okay, I want to take a quick look at not the Draymond screen, but the defense that we just played. And let's see where we're at. And I hope those of you joining us for the first time, I hope you notice, what I'm doing right here, you're probably not going to get anywhere else. So take that into consideration, aside from the great chat that's going on YouTube, thanks to our Blue Wrenches. So watch Moses. He's not going to bat an eye. And you'd think you'd get the help there, but maybe it was Draymond. I'm just seeing this for the second time with you guys. And I got to step through this. I can't just play the highlight because you'll get dinged by the NBA. He takes Podz, and I don't know. Is Draymond supposed to be there a snap of the fingers earlier, or was Moody supposed to shade over, or so I don't know. And if you look at the reaction by Jerry, he's kind of like, he looks a little, making the body language as if someone did not follow the scouting report. So analyzing, actually I should leave that one up there. Share screen, my fault. Right around here and right there. So share the screen. Luckily we have long, long commercial breaks right now to give me this extra time to catch up. Hold on, let me do this. Analyzing the defense on Harden before Steve's timeout. Okay, so now let me screenshot that and we're back to action. So get rid of this, pull up the box score. 3 ball by Steph, got it. Oh, I didn't get a chance to watch the play develop, but now I will. Let's see. Oh, weak side screen by Draymond. Okay. Yeah, weak side screen by then. Kawhi pulls up for 3, no good. And the screen was up top. Pass goes to Draymond to Jimmy, back to Dray, back to Jimmy. He's ISO'd on Zubac. Shoots a 3, missed it. Oh, well. Oh, James Harden going to shoot a 3. Missed it. Steph over to Moody, corner, back to Steph. And that was Jimmy that time. Draymond takes it to the hole. Could have been a foul. Powell got knocked in the face, I think. All right. 11-12. Moody steals James Harden way at half court, dunks it. Oh, Mo. Yeah, Mo. Love it. 13-12 Warriors. That's how you play defense. So far, so good. James this time gets the step. Draymond has to help. Over to Zubac. Podz knocks it off of Zubac. Podz. Oh, wow. This is championship level defense, my friends. Wow. That's an unsung play. Roll to Steph, and he throws it away. Come on, Steph. And it just, you made Draymond bang his head on the floor. Gosh, carelessness. Well, I'm looking at the replay. It's just a miscommunication. It wasn't carelessness, but it goes down as a turnover. Miscommunication with Draymond led him, but he didn't roll quick enough. Hurts head. Oh, that sucks. Well, that spoils the unsung play of Podz. Looks like Draymond's all right. So we come back, and it'll be Kawhi right side Jimmy. Kick it all the way to Norman. No dip three, no good. Those are tough to shoot, and he didn't get that one to fall. 94 feet later, another turnover. Is that Draymond? Man, throw the ball to the other team. No, Steph. Man, what the duck? What are you doing, man? Steph is shaking his head. I mean, if we go at this pace, we will lose this game. You cannot do that. The bakery is open, and you got to stop it right now. Like, how many turnovers is that on the books? On the books, that's 3 turnovers. Like, I know one of them might have been just throwaway type, like forgivable one to Draymond, but this is just bad. James, and we're fortunate to be up by 1. Hits it on the pick and roll switch on Looney. Steph's got to go the rest of the way, no turnovers. You just have to. Steph gets the screen by Looney, finally gets away from Dunn, fakes it, goes up, no call. Tried to create a foul. It didn't happen there. That's fine. I don't mind that. James down the lane, missed it. Zubac's put back over Looney. Yells at the ref. 13-16. Jimmy, high pick and roll Looney. Gets to the nail. Up on Norm, good. Yeah, Jimbo. Needed that one. Or taking advantage of Powell every single time. You can see that's in the scouting report. Kawhi and Buddy. Steph reaches in with a bad decision, and he hits an and one. You're going to see probably JK come in for Moody pretty soon. Draymond will go get himself checked. So that's the danger when you rotate and go into our rotations, which, you know, it's tough to do in an elimination game. I'm sorry, it's not Kuminga. It's going to be Gary Payton in the game for Podz because Moody is playing well. Buddy up top with Kawhi, loses the dribble over to Moody. Got it knocked away from the long arm of Kawhi. Moody down the lane over to Looney. Push shot good. Looney has to make those, and he did. $17-19. Dunn. Post up Kawhi Buddy. Looney's there to help, and then he's got to go away to Zubac to avoid the 3-second call. They swing it around 2 times. Dunn's left open. Bad pass, but he got it back, and he got it to Zoo. So that's tough, you know, and I don't know. We're going to have to double Kawhi against Buddy every single time. Gary down the lane, throws the ball away. Carelessness is our enemy. Harden, 94 feet, foul on Steph. Wow. I think that's 2 on Steph. Same old turnovers. You can just 4-point deficit. What's preventing us from being elite? The turnovers. Even Buddy said it on the podium. Turnovers kill us. And there's only the veterans to blame. Arbel says that Slater says that the word is that Kuminga is not part of the rotation script. That's fine. Unless he comes in right now. He's not coming in right now. It's going to be Jimmy. Jimmy and Podz check back in, which therefore confirms for Steph and Moody, which confirms Slater's report. So Slater's report is accurate, as we just saw. JK is not in the rotation script. They went with GP because of Harden. I mean, who would you rather pick to guard Harden? And Buddy's going to fire off a three and get it. That's a huge three by Buddy. Huge. Zubac's in the lane. Bucket good. Right side, Peyton. Over to Looney. Gets it to Buddy. Down the lane. Harden chasing over to Podz. Podz, big step. Has to throw it back out to Gary. Hand grenade at the buzzer. Air ball. Man. I still maintain number one issue, turnovers. You just got to not do turnovers, man. So it's interesting. Their rotation involves leaving both James and Kawhi in for a good majority of this. So that's their rotation. James and Kawhi still in the game with 3:20 to go. And they're wiping up some spilled, in this case, wine probably instead of beer. Bogdanovich comes in and bogey guarded by Podz. Trying to get to Zubac's way up top at the logo. Looney bothers him, still bothering him, trying to get James. James and Podz, here we go, pick and roll. Podz gets there as Looney does a good job. Gets by Podz, though. Misses the push shot. Zubac wanted to push, nothing there. Podz brings it up. Over to Looney, who walks, but it isn't called, thank goodness. Over to Jimmy, screened by Hield. Jimmy calls for Podz, he doesn't go there, it's Looney. Looney, he goes away from the screen, goes up and dunks it. Yeah, Jimbo. Good late call. Late call for Looney screen. Down lane dunk. And Derek Jones Jr. was caught in no man's land. He was looking away at the play. He wasn't quite sure, didn't follow the scouting report. So all of that, and we're down by 2. I mean, I'm telling you, like, I don't know if we just got, I should text my buddy KG. Let me text him. Hold on. I just texted him. All right, so what are we doing in the comments right now? Let's put the score up. 24-22, Q1 240. Do the Clippers have more than this? Because we're doing pretty good. We're holding up. I just texted my guy KG, who is born and raised in Alameda and now works for the Clippers. So he yesterday night on his IG stories, he said, "Oh, he was just answering like a family member. Oh, but if we make it to the finals," and I said, "Man, I just disown you, man. I'm sorry, that's disownment right there." But I just texted him to say, "Is this all the Clippers got? Because if it is, we're going to win this game if we close the bakery. We close the bakery, we win." So great energy. Turnovers still the issue. And we haven't even really executed that well on offense. But we are an elite team. We really are. Don't let the the record fool you. Don't let the fact that we're battling for the 6th seed fool you. I have to keep going back and back and back to this, which is the record since the All-Star break. We are still third. We're still third in the NBA since All-Star weekend, and that's on the StatMuse site. So I want to say we are an elite team. We just are. It's just that we're paying the sins of the 25 and 26 team. So if we put it together, and I think against the Spurs, we downplayed the Spurs. Against Houston, if the physicality of Houston taught us to be more physical now, I'll take it, right? So we learned a lesson. And they're a legit number 2 in the West. So if we're more physical today because of Houston, I'll take it. Anyways, here we go. James and Gary. James down the lane. Looney helps. Inside. Out. Kick it. Derrick Jones 3. Missed it. This is where we can do some damage. So who did they got in? Was that Paul Coffey? Not Paul Coffey. Amir Coffey. I always say Paul Coffey because the hockey player. Buddy Hield wide open. Missed it. Amir Coffey and Ben Simmons. That's right. He looked familiar. Ben gets all the way to the hoop. Over to Derrick. Fouled by Buddy. So how did he get to the hoop that quick? Let me see. That's a good pickup for the Lakers. I like the fact that Ben can go down and just push Looney away. And I thought Buddy would make that because the last 3 he hit was clutch, but he missed this one. So Ben Simmons, coast to coast. Draymond's back. Let's get rid of that old score. But it's a missed free throw, and it's 1 free throw made. 25-22 Clippers with Draymond set to check in. Podz. Over to Jimmy right side. Back to Podz. Fakes a 3. Shoots a 3. Over Bogey. Got it. Podz came to play. Wow, Podz. $25 apiece, Podz. Wow. And then they throw it away. Thank you. Quinten Post is going to get some burn. Take out Looney, especially with Zubac out. That makes sense, right? So bad turnover by Clips, second unit. Dray and QP check in. Quinten, especially with Zubac out, you test it. That's smart. That's smart. People criticize, the casuals criticize Steve Kerr's rotations. That's bullshit. Jimmy's got Bogey. Bye-bye, Bogey. Dunks it again. Playoff Jimmy, baby. Wow, Jimbo. Jimbo turns Bogey easily. Another dunk. 27-25, but James Harden still in there. Did he come out at all? Let's see, 11-11. No, he didn't. He'll Euro step in there, kick it 2 times. Back to Bogey for 3. Missed it. Good closeout, Jimmy. Jimmy again. ISO Bogey. Play with him like a rag doll. He attacks. He goes up. He fakes. He misses it. He gets a foul. Tyrone wanted to hunt the mismatch, and we're hunting our own mismatch. Love it. Makes first one. 28-25. Gary back in for Buddy. Oh, wow. What happened? They missed the layup. Anyways, we come back down. Podz finds Jimmy. So James tried to push the action and QP disrupted. Wow. And he was fouled. Wow. Jimmy taking over. I mean, everybody's going to be like, oh, Jimmy playoff game. I mean, it's just that our, first of all, our rotations are working. And we're strategically doing this. So is Jimmy on the fly. Jimmy is seeing bogey on him, and that's a huge mismatch that Tyronn Lue probably's got to change in the second half. Look at Gary bothering James coming up the floor. Love it. 14 seconds left. And James is on the ground, and he throws it away. Gary's got it over to Podz. Yes, 2-ball. This is like 2013 Warriors, man. Bogey at half court. Moses is there, and he defends it well. Incredible. Gary steal, James, Podz scores, and it is 33-25 with a huge burst at the end of the first quarter. Yeah. Playoff Jimmy. Yeah. Playoff Jimmy definitely on those ISOs with bogey and the fouls on bogey, and poor bogey. Not really. Don't care. That's his problem. So yeah, this is, and we're doing all of this without really Steph at his best, right? We're generating all this energy. Great energy generated with Steph on the bench, because Steph has been subpar. Let's just face it. Like, he's thrown the ball to the other team. I'll forgive him for the third turnover, or the second of 3 turnovers. The roll pass to Draymond when Draymond didn't roll. I forgive him for that. But the other 2 are just, you're throwing it to the other team and they're going for a pick 6. So we're doing all this with Steph on the bench. And what that tells me is that, again, for those of you joining us late, we are legit a top 4 NBA team, top 5, a worst case scenario. And Clippers are top 7, so this is no gimme. But, like, don't let social media people or people on the radio brainwash you. They're always going to do doom and gloom. They're always going to say that. They're always going to feed on that doom and gloom. And that's, I saw a YouTube last night about just this person who used to be on CNN and this journalist talking about general news, how the networks feed on your fear and your anxiety. And so sports is a microcosm of that. So are the Warriors. And you just got to ignore all of that doom and gloom that you hear on the radio and Twitter, because it takes away from the truth. And the only thing I did get wrong, though, is that I didn't think Kuminga would play 0 minutes so far, right? So I did get something wrong in this article. I thought he would normally get 18 minutes regardless. That's okay. Guy Santos isn't playing either, right? It's no indictment on Kuminga, just as it's no indictment on Guy Santos. Does that make sense? So just understand that, and let's revel in the happiness. Let's revel in the positivity, in the confidence. I'm going to show you a clip later of Draymond Green talking about lack of self-confidence. Can't wait to show you that. Remind me if I forget. Draymond Green on self-confidence with my guys Brownie Blends and Lord Rab on a podcast from Oakland. Or actually, they were in San Francisco. All right, here we go again. Oh, we trap bogey. It's a jump ball. Oh man, we're just exploiting them. What a great call by Jerry. Great call by Jerry. Oh yeah, Jerry the genius. I wrote about it. It's on here. Wrote about it. Where's Jerry? Gonna jump ball right here. Stackhouse deserves some freaking credit. Jerry genius. Ah, but they won the tip. That's okay. How did they win the tip? Oh man. And Kawhi right side. Jimmy doubles. Throws it away. Good double by Jimmy. Draymond corner three from Jimmy, and Jimmy celebrates. Ah. Love it. 36-25 Warriors. Up top, Kawhi. Moses reaches in. Good job. Jimmy's there to meet him. Double. Throw it away. Podz. Scans. He's scanning. He looks for QP. QP. Fundamental pass to Draymond. Good to see that. Jimmy cuts. Go to Jimmy Nail. Jimmy Nail against Derek. Sizes him up. Moody corner. Fouled by Bogey. Wow, we are forcing Kawhi into turnovers. Wow. Oh, yeah. This is the Warriors. Not at our best. We're not even at our best. Why? Because Steph hasn't been a factor yet. This is crazy. But we're just so versatile now. And I had a feeling we would rise up just because we have an elite team. Jimmy knocks away Derek. Oh, in and out. That's how you go physical, though. Powell right side. Moses. Oh, come on. Moses blocks it. And it's off of Powell. We're playing championship level defense. Moses had him sized up. Moses has been incredible on defense, and I wrote about that as well in that Stackhouse article. He deserves a lot of credit. Jimmy up top, screen Draymond over to Moses, corner. Back up top, Draymond, wide open. Short. That was a duck of a shot. Oh, well. It happens. Powell brings it up. Looking for Kawhi. Screen for Kawhi. Draymond meets him. We switch all back. Great switching. And Powell for three, no good. QP rebound, great switching. Podz is going to shoot a three, no good. And Moses knocks it away from Powell. Jimmy, 94 feet, fouled by Bogey again. Poor Bogey. We're picking on him. Or he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that was a strip by Moses. Great. He is using and abusing Powell. We got a timeout. Who called the timeout? 36-25, 9:41. 36-25, 9:41. Was it Tyronn Lue again? They got to get Bogey out of there. Yep. I predict a sub Bogdanovich. That is Bog's third foul. Okay. What's going on here? Take the twos when they are there. Well, I mean, it's easier when Steph and JK are not there. for that settling. Of course, BP does that too, but not as much, honestly. And I think Steph has the wherewithal to not do that right now. But then he might hunt a dagger. He does like to shoot those daggers, so you never know. But he has green light. Three fouls on Bogues. We got a score. I mean, haven't we been? All right, time to answer comments for the first time in a long ass time. Championship level defense. Naberto in the house, Kimbo in the house, Bruce in the house, Alice in the house, Smelly Mel's in the house, Percy Bedford in the house. Well, you say fire Kerr calls will come if they lose and use his rotations aren't effective. The part about the rotations is just false. Anytime you hear, "Oh, Steve's rotations are horrible," like that's just people complaining about life. The rotations narrative is BS. It's just BS. Like the way that, again, this is the third time I'm saying this, but when Steve says we're playing this as a playoff game, that means when rotation players, when role players, let's call it, not using the word rotation too much, when role players screw up, they don't get to play the second time around. That happened to Guy. That happened to Trayce Jackson-Davis recently. And that's what that means. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, the rotations are fine, guys. Don't listen to those lies. It's just like, what else would you do? Anyways, missed a free throw, believe it or not, Jimmy. So 37-25. Never mind. Bogdanovich still in there. Kawhi up top, Draymond, post up QP and Zubac. So that's interesting. Keep it with QP. Kawhi with the hero ball 3 against a couple guys draped all over him. And what was it? BP draped all over him? Yeah, just BP draped all over him. Nope, we got a miss. Was that Jimmy? Not sure. Bogey left side. Into Derek Jones. Missed it. Yeah, that was Quinten post for 3 in and out. As I'm watching on that laptop, catching up. So Jimmy brings it up. 8:47, 8:46, 8:45. Screen by Podz. Jimmy and Bogey again. Rocking them to sleep. Fade away 2 ball short. And go out to Powell. Powell and Moody. Moody stays in front. He bothers and got another steal by Moody. 94 feet. He does the slow BP finish. Moody. Unbelievable. He's been incredible on defense. Didn't know he had it. And Bogdanovich finally got open and hit it. We really were up 39-28. Incredible. But now only up 8. QP is in there. Goes away from Jimmy. Jimmy now right side. Isolated Derek. Goes down to Draymond. Blocked by Zubac. You could read that from a mile away. So not the best take by Dray. Bogey goes by. Quinten, now we're on our heels. Jimmy blocks Kawhi's 3. Amazing. Wow. What? That's huge. Now, Draymond sets the table. Jimmy right side. Timeout, Steve. Ooh, we're gonna be super careful here, and also probably to get Steph in the game, as he looks like he's coming in next. Q2 724. And I would guess Jimmy will get a rest at this point. Moody's unbelievable. So Percy's right. Maybe BS, but that's what his critics will use. And my advice to you is that critics means the kids on Twitter. So avoid the kids on Twitter. I mean, I do it. And quite frankly, all you really need is our Discord, this live, these lives, and the website. And the Discord aggregates all of the NBA's beat writers, especially those that are at the game and take video. If you're a beat writer and you don't take video, you are not on the Discord. So there's plenty of information on there that is leaning heavily towards traditional journalism, objective traditional journalism. So all right, so I'll make the Discord available before the playoffs start. See what I did there? So pretty soon, when I get you access to the Discord, you won't ever need to look at kids on Twitter. Plain and simple. Well, I'm not caught up on comments, so who else is here? League rescinded Ants Tech. They're still going to beat Utah. Don't worry about it. Dean Chambers is in the house. He'll be here later, I believe. Brugi's in the house. Thanks for hitting the like button. It really does help. Randoms having general performances today. I don't think so, because it's a playoff game, and it isn't one of those young teams that has these young guys that's like, I mean, like, call it a, Quentin Grimes. There's no Quentin Grimes in this environment, so I think we're fine. And Pinky in the house, Jonathan in the house, Dean Agon, and let's just get ready here. Oh, it's going to be, so far the refs have done a good job remaining nameless, as it's Kevin Scott going over to talk to Gary and Harden. Inbound, Steph to Jimmy, over to Buddy, wide open 3, got it, way to go, Buddy. What a great ATO. But the rotations. Anyways, Steph screen for Buddy, love it, pin down. And they lob it into Kawhi. Good bucket against Jimmy. Fooled him on that one. Yeah, design play. Yeah, that's a good play call by Tyronn Lue. Anyways, we slow roll it. And Buddy cuts down the hoop. It's goaltending anyways on Zubac. Hit the rim with his hand. I think it was from Jimmy. 44-33. Zubac and Looney. out to James. So in that substitution, we got Looney in for QP, and Zubac hits a dunk on the roll as Harden burned past Steph on the pick and roll, even though Zubac fouled Steph. Oh well. Inside, can't make it. Zubac rebound. James and Gary screen Zoo. James is clear. Looney has to help. Kick it to Chris Dunn. We leave him open. 3-ball good. Pretty soon, Steph's going to have to make a shot. Last time down, it was a miss. (44-38), only up by 6. Buddy with the tough one. Wow. That's not a good shot. Try to keep Kawhi in front. Zubac is there. Good. And then it's timeout, Steve. I want to look at the bad three-pointer by Buddy one more time to see whose fault it was, just to make sure I have all my observations correct. Yeah, I think he's just fired it too early. Okay. So a couple days later, after everyone criticized the non-Steph minutes, but Steph is immune from the Steph minutes criticism, right? I kid. It's like, I just like to make fun of the people that are just outraged in life because they'll blame everybody but Steph, because it's just their fight or flight mechanism, their survival instincts. They know not to go there. They just know not to go there. So it's a timeout, and suddenly it's a 4-point game. And it's the rotations. What did he do? What did Steve do wrong here? Did he rotate Steph in the game? No. Oh, I love to make fun of the kids on Twitter because their logic is so convoluted. So I think Buddy took a quick shot here. So let's take a look. Not there, but yeah, he gets around the pick, and Norm does a pretty good job. And then coming back on defense as Steph's on the right side and finds Looney for a roll. We went for the 2-pointer, guys. Looney had to leak out to Norm Powell. Anyways, ATO 2-pointer. Can't blame Steve. Kawhi turns the corner and dunks it. Wow. That's crazy. And Draymond throws the ball to the other team. Oh, man. Chris Dunn open 3 again. Got that one. Now we're only up by 1. Steph hero ball 3. That's not what we wanted. No one's going to blame him, though. Harden goes by Steph. No call. Wow. But it's out on us, and they changed the call. Wow, I'm shocked. It should be a no call during the regular season, in my opinion, as well, but it never is. I can't believe it. Kevin Scott made the right no call. I'm glad. I mean, they finally figured that one out. I left my water bottle. Oh, here it is. All right, Podz will set the table. No more turnovers, old bakery men. Come on now. Jimmy, over to Steph. Hero ball 3. Missed another one. Podz tip in. Podz saves the day, and Steph has got to stop it. But again, Steph, he can hit one anytime, so I guess I'm not really that concerned. 48-45 saved the day there. Corner, Norm Powell, Moody. Moody's owned him tonight so far. And, of course, fakes him out there right when I said that. Foul on Moody, goes to the line. Mo bites on Norm, take fake. So what do you think? Should I know what you guys are going to say, but should Steph not do any more dagger 3s, or is that just part of the package? Part of the package. Deal with it. Steph, please change and go for 2s. What do you think? I don't know, abstain, etc. Y'all acting like Steph 1 for 8. Oh, okay, he's 1 for 5. We've been scoring a lot of 2 balls. Ball gets tipped out. Kawhi, and Moses underestimates him. That's Kawhi Leonard. You don't nonchalantly go get the ball. So 3 ball, James, short. So careless. And then Steph nearly throws the ball away, but Jimmy saved it to BP. Out to Draymond. Moody got the step on James. No call on Zubac, but it's going both ways, so I don't mind that. Powell for 3, short. Draymond out to Moses. Moses can't handle it. He's tired. I don't know. He doesn't look like he's... Draymond's yelling at him to go get the ball. Exactly. What is Steve mad about? Let me see. I couldn't tell. Oh, well. Kawhi right side. Kick it. James is wide open. Drives. Scores. Nope. Oh, yeah, he does. Clippers up. Man, James Harden, you thought he maybe missed it, and then it trickles in, of course. He's so good. Chris Dunn with the off-ball hold. Oh, we do a little... Oh, Jimmy hits it. We do a little misdirect with Jimmy and Steph. That's a beautiful play. I'm going to be able to clip it right now. Luckily, because it's on my laptop in trail, in tow. So I'll clip that for you guys. That's a beautiful, innovative double pick slip. Timeout, LAC. Timeout, Lou, and we'll go 50-49 with the free throw coming up, I think. Q2 213. So, yeah, let me clip that, and I already clipped it. We'll take a look. All right. Analyzing the new stack from Stotts with Jimmy Steph set. Okay, here we go. Present that screen. So right here we got Steph and Jimmy bunched up. And now he sets a pick on Jimmy, and then you have two options. Oh, Lou is challenging. Wow. Offensive foul on Jimmy. Wow. That's a game changer. Good job by Tyronn Lue's staff. And actually, oops, I wanted to, my fault. But that's still a nice set that we can work off of. Draymond, you can argue all you want. It's the right call. It is. I'm sorry. But that's okay. Just call it on James. Call that same call on James. No problem. But if you don't call it on James, then it's a problem. Inside Zubac, stolen by Draymond. Over to Jimmy, 94 feet later. So now it's 50 to 49. James gets in there and finds Zubac. Pick and roll again. They're just moving the ball around like really crisp. It's not the first rotation, second rotation that got us. Steph wide open. Finally got one. Now that one's open. Okay. Yo, mans, that one is open. That's a design play and a screen set by Draymond, which is the difference. 53-51. Zoo misses it. Strong foul by James. And I hope Draymond's okay. Landed on his shoulder. He's okay. James is looking at the bench. I don't think he's going to win that argument or the review from the iPads on the bench. I think Steph drew a foul on Chris Dunn. Oh, yeah. That's off the ball. Finally. Clearly. Off-ball hockey check by Dunn, finally called. Steph hits the front rim, but it goes in. Let's see, 12, 132. Oh, looking at the wrong thing. My fault. 142. Got you. Got you. Kawhi shoots a three on the pick and roll, hits it. Surprised everybody. Good job by Kawhi. Steph gets open from Draymond. Short. That was a 2-for-1, I think. James fouled way outside by BP. Early on, we have 14 fouls now. Only up by one. It doesn't matter what guy you put out there, except maybe Wemby. But then again, you know, if Wemby's on Zubac, like he's not going to catch up on the pick and roll. So anyways, Harden does a superstar three from the corner over Gary. And that even got him a 2-for-1 with a 5-second differential. Wow. And it was over Gary. We're down by 2. Over to Steph. Hero ball 3. Got it. Stares at Derek Jones. 5 seconds. Norm Powell pulls. Hits it. Wow, just the shot making is incredible. $58.57 becomes $58.60. $58.60. So you tip your hat. But I go back to those turnovers. Get rid of those turnovers. Like, just get rid of the turnovers. It's a whole damn lot easier than guarding Zubac on the pick and roll. Sheesh. That's under your control. The turnovers. You're throwing the ball to the other team. Those are not even, I wouldn't even blame the length of the Clippers in the second unit on those, you know? Like, those are just bad passes, period. I mean, maybe the Moses, except for the Kawhi Moses steal. But then again, he nonchalantly went after the ball. Which then after that, he couldn't handle the ball that time. Like I've told you a million times on these live streams, my favorite memory covering the Warriors is literally not just the haymakers. My favorite low-key memory. My favorite memory are the haymakers of Steph in 2013 when nobody ever saw that in the playoffs. But my favorite low-key moment of being credentialed with the Warriors at Oracle, and anybody who's a Warriors writer, their favorite memory better come from Oracle. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, earning your stripes. Is my favorite memory is Draymond, Harrison, and Festus chasing the ball and getting the ball on a loose ball. And it just goes, that's playoff basketball, you know? And Moses, so far, great defense and everything, but go get the ball. That's the one thing Jonathan, forgot to write that in the article I wrote about Jonathan, is he doesn't know how to get the ball, but that's fine. Like, you go to any playground and you pick out the best player at a playground pickup game. That guy necessarily doesn't necessarily have the best ability to go get the ball. So anyways, let me do some marketing. Let's go look at the rest of the Portland stuff. So here's the Portland stuff. Where's Dean? Dean, you want to hop on? Or any other, actually, Blue Wrench. Okay, what was we going to do? Oh, yeah. It's going to get some screenshots. I only have 2 screenshots from today. Someone give me a good comment. Yep. Aim assist, absolutely correct. Jamal Murray's back. I'm going to screenshot that because it shows off the intelligence of our chat. Thank you, Aim Assist. Appreciate it, honestly. Actually, let me do this. Yeah. Aim Assist. Getting the assist from Aim Assist. in my marketing. Congrats. This is a rare. Did you know on YouTube the national anthem is copyrighted? So anytime you get national, I think it's because this is in violin. Anytime you can watch national anthem on YouTube, consider yourself lucky. Oh, this is why the that song is stuck in my head. It's a good song. I like it. Nothing can stop me. It's by BAS. Bass? I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe you guys know. How many batteries I got left on Instagram? Oh, we're good. 71%. I didn't know that. Cool. Well, it's hopefully going to last 4 hours because if I can go that long, we'll go that long. We normally go that long, so. Oh shucks, I did the wrong screenshot. Damn. Screwed that one up. There we go. Oh, well, I did the wrong screenshot on Threads, so that's kind of screwing me up right now. That's what you get. Plus, I got my other phone, so I got my iPhone 12 doing the marketing right now, and it's slow. Literally much slower than an iPhone 15. Sad to report. But that's how it goes. Almost done, but not quite. Those fans are yelling offense in Portland when the Warriors have the ball. I love it. All right, just did Twitter. And probably by the time I'm done, I will need to do the play-by-play of the second half. We'll see. I do want to do one last post on Instagram, even though we're already live on Instagram. So PhotoGrid's got to do me right here. Wow, these old iPhones are really slow. Okay, let's take a look at some comments. I appreciate you. Yep, Oracle was the best home crowd ever. I agree with you, Bruce. No hero shots needed. Really don't need it. Save it for later. Basketball gods preferred to loose with his take on Kuminga than, well, let's find the Draymond. I got to find the Draymond self-confidence video from Lord Rab. God, it's going to take me a while to find, isn't it? That one's perfect for you. Let's see. This one. Haha, I found it. I found it. Let's put it in here. Let's put it in the every post and come back to it. Here's another one. Let's go to Discord real quick. I just pasted it in Discord. You're gonna love this. Here it is. Copy that. Put it here. Change it back. Do I have time for this? Hopefully. Here we go.
I had a plane going to Anguilla and Mav, Rich.
Here, I'm going to keep it.
I hadn't decided
here
where I was going
so that I don't copy the video
so
because it might be on
earlier
YouTube.
that day,
I don't
Mav,
know.
like, Mav, where are you going? Like, what you doing? After, he's like, we're going to Anguilla. Like, can I go? It's like, yeah, you can go. Like, you sure? Like, yeah, let me make sure there's space on the plane. I don't know if there was no space on the plane or not, but I think Brian probably said that nigga ain't flying on the plane. It's an entirely different plane, so I can fly with them. I don't think we had two houses on Four Seasons right next to each other. I also don't
Oh,
think
shit,
there was
this
two
one isn't
houses
it.
to the tour.
He's like, we need
Gotta
another one.
whole
Switch
other
that
house.
shit
You know why? I got a whole other house
up.
because I think Bron said, "That nigga not staying in my house."
Zero shit.
Bron used to be like, "Yo, why y'all deal with this dude, man?" Like,
Right.
and so just me being around Richard, man, me and Bron naturally ended up being around.
It's not this one.
because
It's the other one.
I'm tight with Richard, man.
Right.
And then we started.
I'll get you that link later.
I realized, like, dang,
We're going to
really
start the
just
third.
me.
Yeah.
We'll come back
He
to
used the
this.
same lingo I use. Like,
Hit pause on that one. Okay. Wow, you guys are just really okay. Just read my Kaminga article. All right, James Harden Moses goes right-handed. Moses too much. Foul him. Oh boy. Hope that doesn't set the table for the rest of the afternoon. Side inbound. Zubac. Anybody catch what Kalena said was what we needed to change? I missed it because I had to deal with the kids from Twitter that attacked our comments. Zubac gets a dunk on a putback as Norm Powell went by Brandon. So you can't let him get past you, especially Powell. That's BP's fault. Because Dray had help. Dray fires a three, good. Good job by Draymond. Down by one. Kawhi trying to get the step on Jimmy. Screen Zubac. Got some space, but Draymond's there with the DPOY help. James fakes away Moses. Euro step. Draymond's there again. Out to Kawhi for three. Good. Man, that's tough. That's tough. Jimmy had to go to the corner. Steph against Dunn. Gets a Draymond pick. Throws it away again. We're going to lose if you keep doing that. And Jimmy steals it. And he gets it back 94 feet later. Jimmy saves Steph. 63-65. If Steph ends up with 6 turnovers, I think it might be an L. So you got 4 of them now. Kawhi pushes away Jimmy. Good job by Jimmy. Had to sell it, and he did. Man. Steph is 3 for 6, 13 points. But I mean, how many of you old timers, you loyal, let's go Warriors people actually think Steph's having a good game? He's throwing the ball to the other team 4 times. It's not winning basketball. So I hope he figures it out. Jimmy misses baseline, but if he hits 6 turnovers, I'm literally worried just by, go look it up. How many games have we won when Steph has 6 turnovers? I'll give him 1 more, but 2 more, I don't know, man. The stats. Zubac down low, stopped by Draymond and Jimmy. Great help, Draymond and Jimmy. And Powell's holding Steph in a new, innovative way. We get a roll to Jimmy. It's a foul on Powell. I mean, it's smart, though. Wow. I wonder if that's coaching by Tyronn Lue. That's great coaching. Powell uses front arm bar at an angle. Interesting. Off ball, Steph, no call. Jimmy rolls, fouled. Good defense by Powell. I love it. Yeah, this is great, you know, swordsmanship. Steph throws it away again. Oh, God. One more to go. And then they throw it away, and Jimmy's already cherry picking. Wow. Norm lost ball against Podz. Got lucky, 65 apiece. So, you know, they're making mistakes. We're making mistakes. It's evening out. And we got a tie ball game. BP almost picks James. Got to get back up. Roll to Zoo. Jimmy's there, but Jimmy has to cover two guys now. And Kawhi misses a three. Make or miss league at that point. Draymond rebound. Out to Jimmy. Right side Zubac. We got a mismatch. On the transition. Kawhi there to help. Jimmy probes. Out to Moody. Steph points the other way. So wants to go away from himself. Draymond's open for three. Got it. Way to go, Dray. Steph directed it away. It worked. 68-65. Huge shot by Draymond. Huge last two shots. Kawhi sizes it up. Draymond helps. DPOY help it. Kawhi maintains possession. Spins over Jimmy. Fade away, two-pointer good. It's so hard to stop. And Jimmy looks fatigued, actually. Jimmy is going to have to finish this one. He does, and one on the roll. So Steph with the gravity again there. Jimmy roll and one, hang for the contact. Kuminga's got to take notes on these. You got to go look for the contact against teams like this. Jimmy misses a free throw. Wow. 70-67 up by three. He is 3 for 6 from the line. What? Wow. James gets the step. Alley-oop. Steph can't stay in front of James. It just hasn't happened tonight, but not a lot of people can. And usually you have to be 6'5" or taller. Timeout 70-69. 7:20 to go. I don't know if that's a timeout to get Jimmy out of there because he looks tired. So all of that, we're only up by one. This is just a hard team to match up, man, because Kawhi, man, Kawhi and James, like, it's tough. That's what makes them a good team and can beat you on any given night type of vibe for the Clippers if they're fully healthy. But I'm telling you, if we stop turning the ball over, you know, we should be up by single digits right now. But 9 turnovers. It's tough. But I'm not here to be a Sith absolute. You know, you got to practice what you preach. Steph hits 6 turnovers. I don't really like that at all. But we might still be able to, you know, eke it out, you know, in other ways. Maybe Jimmy saves us.
Okay, little Wendy's hack. If you want a super fresh, high quality burger every time, tell them you want a hamburger. That's a hack, right? No? A hack-free burger made fresh for you? Gotta be Wendy's. Get the chip in your account that pays you money and probably credit union. It's called Super Reward Checking.
It's free checking that pays a high interest rate on your balance. Plus, there are no monthly service fees, zero. And new accounts can earn a $300 bonus. You can feel confident knowing your funds with Probably are federally insured. Open a Super Reward checking account and earn a $300 bonus from Probably Credit Union.
All right, what do we got in the comments? The Blazers game. All right, here we go. No more turnovers. Steph and other old people. Draymond, Jimmy, Gary. Gary's not in there, though. Still got the same guys, but Buddy's in there for Podz. Stagger it a little because Jimmy's rolling. Jimmy spins on Zoo. Good. So interesting, right? Interesting how Podz came out. I think it's because Jimmy's rolling. Foul on Moody on James. James got hit in face. 72-69. Because usually Jimmy and Podz go out at the same time. So James takes Moody, stays in front, and he does an all-star push shot that misses, but Zubac puts back in. It's a load. Let me rewatch. Yeah, it's a load. Tough. Steph turns the corner, gets to the cup, misses it, no call. I don't know. Might have been contact there. And Chris Dunn tries to go inside. Buddy and Zubac throws it away, but Zubac gets it back on the pinball. Kawhi back out to James. Hand grenade. He's going to dance against Buddy. Shoots a three. Got it. That's the tough part. At least Buddy didn't foul him. Down by 2. And Steph gets the step and doesn't settle for 3. Good. I'm glad. Use the 2 ball. You can beat Harden every time down. So good job by Steph to decide to go for 2. And Draymond reaches in on Kawhi on the attack. Draymond probably is telling Butler that, hey, give us the call down the other way as well. 74 apiece, by the way, with Kawhi going to the line. But anytime you reach in as a guy is about to gather, usually a foul. So Draymond out, probably Looney in is my guess, and Jimmy out, which means Gary probably. Yep, Gary and Looney. Harden beats Moody again. So our point of attack suspect, but these are Hall of Fame players. Steph way outside with Dunn. Waiting for Buddy. Norman holds him, which is a good hold. Not enough for a foul. Steph and Looney dancing. Looney roll. Nail. Got it. Dunks it. Beat everybody on the fake. So I'm glad Steph isn't settling for the hero balls. Keeping it tight, 76 apiece. Got to win this on defense. And no silliness on offense. James and Gary post up. Kawhi and Moody. Bye-bye, Moody. Nearly dunked it, but fouled by Looney on the help. Kawhi is too good, man. He's too good. Golly, you're getting all these new people with all this low vibration. Man, you guys need some higher vibrations. Vishnu needs it. Who else? Moses DeWitt needs it, and that's it so far. Go watch that Instagram and then come back. Otherwise, you'll be blocked pretty soon. We have so many high vibrational blue wrenches on here. It's inescapable. Gary attacks Zubac and scores. There you go. Gary has to be a factor because they're going to just put all their attention on Steph. So we're up by 1 because they missed the free throw. Kawhi, 2 ball over Buddy. They're going to just exploit that. And, we're probably not going to go with Buddy in the 4th. But standard rotation here. Steph dancing, hero ball, Chris Dunn, foul, no call. Zubac, rebound. Now he yells at the ref. Good job. Yelling at the ref. Harden scores. Yelling at John Butler. Never mind, I don't like John Butler anymore. Steph, 2 ball, push shot, no good. You got to make this. Down by 3. Three ball, Kawhi, missed it. We'd have to call timeout if he made that. Gary rebound. Huge rebound. Buddy open for 3 from Looney. Missed it. Got to hit those. Oh, well. Make or miss league at that point. You get open. Down by 3. James beats Steph. Oh, Steph behind. What? They called it out on Steph? Unbelievable. I think you got to challenge this. They don't know what to call. I couldn't tell which ref called it their way. Yep, Ruben finally says yes. Ruben thumbs up. Which one is 68? Let me see. Referee number 68 is Jacyn Goble, right? He's the bald guy. He's the lead ref, and I don't know who made that call. Looked pretty obvious on the TV, you know. Goble is way on the baseline. I can't tell. No, Goble was not on the baseline. You see, that's why we need, I said this a million times on this live stream, we need another ref on the baseline. We need 2 refs on the baseline. Just because they can't see this stuff. Like, how was Butler supposed to make that call in the first place? He's in the wrong position. He's opposite Steph. You put a guy right in front of Steph and Harden on the opposite side on the baseline. You know, this is the highest level of basketball. I understand that in some AAU circles, there's only 2 refs. They don't even have 3. But now FIBA can have 3. They're good with 3, But the NBA is a different level. You got to have another ref, another set of eyes out there to see this shit, because this 6th seed is on the line here. So it's just Adam's Keystone Cops yet again, and he doesn't know what he doesn't know. Adam doesn't know what he doesn't know. Like, only a weirdo like me that's actually hired refs for my men's leagues here. I used to run a league of like 100 teams in the Bay. Only a weirdo like me would know this stuff, this crazy stuff that would change the game, that would help. But now you're costing people timeouts. You're costing possessions in a really close games that's generating millions of ratings. And it's like, Get it right, Adam. Like, you got to get the game right. Like, you got everything else right. You're a wizard when it comes to the closed door meetings with, you know, the head of TNT, the head of Amazon, the head of NBC. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. But you damn do not know what you don't know when it comes to the actual game of basketball. And it starts at the grassroots level. You don't ever attend AAU games. You don't ever attend men's rec league games. You never played at that level yourself. So you wouldn't know what the issues are within the lines of 94 feet. Hire a guy that understands that. Hire a guy that isn't a yes man, because in a $1 billion corporation, unfortunately, it's hard to sift through the yes men. So you're going to get a lot of yes men who aren't there to look out for you. I'm here to look out for you. So anyways, the replay, that's clean. Should be our ball. Thank you. Like, you just wasted, you know, Adam's probably there going, oh yeah, but the commercial generated billions just now. Okay, whatever. Don't love the game as much as I do. Jimmy, left side, fouled by Bogues, and that's a great screen by Gary. We went with Gary, Jimmy, two-man action with Steph on the floor. Actually, Steph is off the floor. Jimmy, Gary, two-man action. Rare. Foul on Bogey. Sorry, not Bogut. Bogey has 4, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't play tremendous amount of minutes. Gary's going to send another pick, but no, it's Looney. 2 ball by Jimmy. Fade away. Missed it. Down by 3. 94 feet. Jimmy throws the ball, or James throws the ball away to Zubac. We got away with one. They've got a lot of turnovers tonight. And somehow Jimmy got entangled there. Anyways, Jimmy and Gary, handoff Buddy, looking for Podz. Left side, screen Looney. Down the lane, baseline, doesn't fire. Foul, no call. Late call. Right in front of John Butler again. All right, I've concluded John Butler is compost. In front of John Butler, and Jacyn Goble had to make the call way out there by the three-point arc. Incredible. Wow. You're giving me memories. Podz missed the free throw. The old ball don't lie type of deal. But yeah, that was a lot of wrist. Got to make one. He made it. We're down by 2, 79-81. So it's going to come down to smart 2-ball offense and defense, and not throwing the ball away. So James and Gary, Ben Simmons ready to set a pick. The rest of us are in zone. So it's basically a box and one. Bogdanovich gets by Buddy. Missed it. Buddy can't, or BP can't get to it. Ben throws it away. Looney, steal. Good job, Looney. Jimmy with the face up on Norm, goes baseline, scores and 1. Playoff Jimmy. You guys wanted it, you got it. Is that the reach in on James? Yep. We finally got a guy. Finally got a guy like that. Like, they've got James, they've got Kawhi. We finally got a guy that does all that, you know, the ability to hunt fouls. Foul, Hunter. 82-81. You know, because Wiggins wasn't like that. And so you had to, we got lucky. Anyways, we're in a box. No, we're in a zone because Gary's out. Wow, we brought in offense. Norm Powell 3. Draymond blocked a 3. So with 1:21 to go. And Draymond sets a bad pick. James goes flying. probably flopped. John Butler isn't listening to him. Draymond was moving. Look in the replay. So another turnover. At least it's not the throw the ball to the other team type. Still in zone. Buddy at the point. Well, James is just going to pull up for three. Missed it. And the rebound, Derek against QP. That's not going to look good on the report card of QP. But that is because he gets a deflection on the Ben Simmons pass. So he's absolved. And here we go. Corner inbound. Gets it to Powell, Jimmy. Corner Powell, Jimmy. Smothers him. QP's there to help, but he weaves around and missed it. Zubac's tap out. James got it. James and BP on the switch. BP sits. James, good job by BP. James dancing. Right side, opposite hand, finds Powell. Goes by two guys. Draymond helps, scores. Norm is a baller. Probably would have made the All-Star team if there was one more slot. Great play by Norm Powell. What are you going to do, man? Down by one with 8 seconds left. Jimmy right side. Bogues on him. 5, 4, attacks. Kick it to Podz. Podz attacks. At the buzzer, missed it. Had to go with the opposite hand. Wanted a foul, wasn't there. So we'll go down by one. Just got to not turn the ball over. That's all I got to say. You don't turn the ball over, you win. You hear me? Wardell. Get a message to Wardell right now. No more turnovers. I think we're done with the poll. Most people are understanding that it's part of the package with his threes, although his dagger threes, although I think guys like me and Bruce are going to be pretty nitpicky on this and more demanding than the average fan. So we're always going to say go for the 2-ball. You'll always have threes available, Steph. But you know what's happening at the end of the game. It's we're either going to be behind, and then Steph's going to do the hero ball to get back. We're either going to be behind or tied. You expect, a Steph hero ball. Or we're ahead in crunch time, and Steph is going to launch a dagger to drill the hearts of the Clippers. So it's coming. It's coming. But up until then, so the key is from now until crunch time, can we please not turn the ball over? Because everything else is pretty much holding up. How many turnovers did we have that quarter, right? That quarter was, click on summary, 24-23 us. Okay. So we won the quarter 24-23. However, how many turnovers we have? Let's see. Offensive foul turnover. So search on turnover. 1. They had 3. 2. 4-2. There's another one. 3 of them. 5-3, I think it was. And what? Is this the top? Yeah. 5-3. So we won turnovers 5-3. But Steph and Dray accounted for the 3. If we have 0 turnovers, we probably win that quarter 30-23, 28-23. Stop turning the ball over. Golly. It always kills us. And it's probably the reason why we are down by 1 heading into the final frame. Because everything else, you can't go, oh, well, we can't stay in front of James Harden. Not a lot of teams can. And we're doing what we can. He's getting past us, 51% of the time. I mean, what else can you ask for? Anyways, Draymond left side, Ben Simmons. Post up Jimmy and Derek. Jimmy's going to take Derek. The crab dribble, spin, fade away, 2-ball, good. That's a good start. Slow, controlled, without Steph on the floor. Up by 1. James to the corner. We trap because we got Quinten in there. But we got back BP in somewhat of a zone. Oh, stole it, then lost it. He got tricked by Bogey. Ah, man. Well, that doesn't count as a live ball turnover. At least there's that. Bogey with the flare. Gets past BP. QP helps, but not athletic enough to get the rebound. Bogey scores. Ah, well. And Draymond fouled by Ben Simmons. Ben says, my bad. And hopefully Draymond's okay, because that's one of those mindless fouls that is by a guy that doesn't play a ton, comes into a game, doesn't have the right feel, trips up Draymond. It's a mistake, but luckily Draymond's fine. It's one of those fluke plays. BP inbound. Jimmy and Ben, screened by Quinten. Jimmy and James. Here we go. Jimmy James with 10 on the clock. Left side, bye-bye. Help by Simmons. Jimmy stuck. Finds BP. Baseline shot. Good. Even with the contact by Derek. Wow. That's great offense. He just willed it in. James and Kawhi. BP helps. Back to Kawhi. Probably going to pop it. He does. He hits. I don't know if we can have QP in there. Draymond's hot about that. Well, QP is going to stay in because there's nobody at the table. Jimmy over to Moses. Over to QP. QP can't have deer in the headlights right now, even though he just got hit on. Jimmy and James on the switch. Hand grenade. Shoots a crazy one. Bricked it. Down by 2. Transition defense. Ben slows it down to Bogey. Bogey BP. Got to keep him in front. Kawhi and Moses. Got to keep him in front. Even with the 3, got to keep him in front. Let's see. Kawhi and Moses. Kawhi dancing and gives it up to James. James and BP. Same situation. Just my turn, your turn. 1 on the clock. Crazy shot. Got it. Past Jimmy. And that's the my turn, your turn type of offense. Down by 4. We don't score here. They score. We got to call timeout. And it's a foul on Ben's. No, it's a timeout by Steve. And Draymond's going to go campaign with Kevin Scott. Steph's going to check in. 9:03 to go. That'll finish him up with 34 minutes. So we didn't see nothing in the first 10 seconds of that possession. Steve goes, all right, let me get Steph back in there. Let me show you the article where I said what Kuminga did wrong. I think it's this one, the Spurs game. Spurs recap where I analyzed JK's mistakes. And that'll tell you kind of why he's not playing tonight. It's not an indictment. In fact, there's a GM. There's probably a GM out there among 29 that still likes how JK plays in a different system. Like, they don't really have a system. So that's what it means to be a restricted free agent. So we're back on the Kuminga talk, which I guess I got to just repeat it over and over again, you know, because there's different people that hop into the chat every now and then. That's fine. But that's why I wrote the articles, so that people could go refer to it. Now, had I game planned this game, I probably would have played JK, but I understand how you're going to go with, okay, they're going to hold Steph all night. Here, you know, okay, so I probably would have game planned JK in, but tonight they're thinking the staff is thinking Dunn, etc. are going to hold Steph off ball, so it's going to be a Jimmy night, and so JK doesn't really space. Draymond for 3, no good. Oh wow, we went with the Draymond 3 out of the gate. That's a bad decision by Draymond. Wow. On an ATO? He wanted. That's a hero ball, man. I don't like the hero balls. Play fundamental. Bogey misses. Luckily, Steph can't get it. Derrick Jones dunk. Wow. Normally Steph gets those. I cannot believe what I just saw. Jimmy with the jump stop gets a foul. Just a subpar game. I mean, I'll give Steph the benefit of the doubt so far. And you know, he's had games where Orlando game, we're down 14 and he comes back, gets 56, right? He can change it with the snap of the fingers. I'll give him that. But like so far, I mean, I got to call a spade a spade. Not a good game by Steph. He's off. And I'm sure if you got held in any sudden men's rec league game, you'd have a tough time too. So it's not an indictment on Steph either, but man, just normally he gets those loose balls and he's not getting them today. It's a bit strange. I don't know if it's all the holding by Norm Powell and Chris Dunn, but it needs to change within 8 minutes. Down by 4. One side, Kawhi, Draymond helping Jimmy. And Steph has to be the one to help on Ben. Back out to James. Gary's got to stop this one. James for 3, fouls him. So you have it shut down on the other side, right? Kawhi, Jimmy with Dray showing and Steph shifting to Ben. Now James versus Gary 1v1. Gary has to win that battle. He doesn't. He fouls him. So subpar games from Gary and Steph so far, but we're only down by 4. It can change. 8 minutes is plenty of time, but it's disappointing. It's disappointing. Like James came to play, Kawhi came to play, Steph is subpar, Gary is subpar. But that's what happens. I mean, they're not Supermen. Still a lot of time left, and Steph is the one guy that can completely turn a game on its head. So I'll give him that. So there's plenty of time. I ain't losing faith, but it's been disappointing so far. Offensively for him and then defensively for Gary. So, and it comes down to these 1v1 matchups lots of times. But let's see what can happen. Can change on a dime. Here we go. No more turnovers, please. Steph with the Jimmy pick. Switch. Steph and Bogey. Got to beat this matchup. Sidestep 3. Got it. He beat the matchup. Thank you. Down by 4. Now we got to play defense. Jimmy and Kawhi isolated. Draymond's there to help. Fadeaway 2. Good. Well, if he does that the rest of the game, it's going to be tough. Steph over to BP open on the pick and roll. Push shot. BP got it. And 1. BP came to play. Good job by Steph not to do hero ball. Yay. I am with Bruce on these. Like just go fundamental 2 balls and just go with that. Only hero ball when you absolutely need to. So but beating Bogey on that one, it's make or miss, right? You're getting paid $50 million to make those, and he made it. So credit Steph. BP missed a free throw. Wow. Oh, well. At least we scored a bucket off of Steph on that one. Kawhi BP. Don't help, Gary. He's on an island. I'm sorry. Kawhi BP. Don't go off of James. BP reaching. Second team foul only. You get one of those. And then after this, you can't foul anymore. You can test the ref this one time. A second-year player, you're never going to let that. Ref's not going to let that go and let Kawhi keep playing because it didn't affect Kawhi, honestly. We're in zone. 3-2 zone. This is crazy. Zone with Kawhi and James on the floor. This is crazy, but we might be able to get away with it. James dancing. He gets by PP. Air ball, though. Steph, 94 feet, fouled. No call, but he makes it. Norm Powell held him. Unbelievable. But luckily, he got an air ball. James got an air ball. Crazy. I think Gary got away with the foul. Man. Held by Norm, right? Right there. There's the foul. That should be an and 1, but then they probably would have said side out. So it is 97-95. Timeout Lou. Q4. Minnesota's going to beat Utah, by the way. 6:43. Okay. Yeah. Clippers offense is your turn, my turn. Exactly. There's not much else you can do with that. You're not going to post up Zubac. You're not going to, and that's where you can see why Zubac isn't even in the game right now, right? Is he? I don't think he is. We'll see if he comes in, but it's a lot of money. Let me see. How much is he making? People who want a big man, it's not free. He's not a vet min. So for the whole people wanting a big man crowd, there's a price to pay. 18 million, right? So where are we going to come up with 18 million? But we'll see if Zubac comes back. Okay. Let's see if he comes back. Let's look at the play-by-play. Timeout doesn't say there's any subs. I'm just glad my bladder's holding up after that matcha frappuccino. Man, if we win, I'm definitely, actually win or lose, I'm going to go get my matcha frappuccino, number 2 of the game. But anyways, yeah, this game, man, that's well said. Well said. This game is incredible. This is a great game, and it's indicative of a lot of things. You can learn a lot from this game, like even the whole Jonathan debate. So well said. You can learn a lot from this tape. Again, though, just don't turn the ball over. I just think, what's the turnover story? 11 turnovers. They have 14, right? 11 turnovers. Like, you keep it at single digits, we'd be up by single digits. Especially the throw the ball to the other team type. Anyways, Kawhi and Jimmy, man to man. Chris Dunn want to create a mismatch. Kawhi Steph, there it is. Jimmy comes back. We pinch. We're pinching Kawhi out to Norm. We're on the run. Looney, Norm, right-handed, good. Norm is so good. Damn. Double Kawhi. We blitz Kawhi. Man. Steph against Dunn. No call on Dunn. Finally a call. Chris Dunn's a good defender. I give him that. He wanted a hook on Steph. 4th team foul. Good job. I hope Lou doesn't review this. Gotta hope he doesn't review. He doesn't review. Good. Did they lose a challenge? They already lost a challenge. That's why. I always forget the challenge count. BP and Looney. Over to Steph, wide open, but BP got it to him late. Man, Steph, what a move on James. Push shot good. What a move on James. $99-97. Clippers up. Jimmy and Kawhi, we semi-blitz him. Jimmy's still at the nail. He's going to play back up to Steph. We blitz Kawhi to the nail. Chris Dunn, we leave him open. He scores. Man, they're beating our blitz. Oh, well. Looney left side. Jimmy's going to post up Kawhi. Here we go. Deep baseline. Jimmy and Kawhi. Steph gets free. Doesn't fire. Finds Looney on the roll. He loses it. Over to Gary. Back to Looney. Back to BP. Save the day. He does. BP saves the day again. Wow. And Gary's all over Kawhi, but can't create a turnover. Be careful. Do not foul. Kawhi and Jimmy. Kawhi, Jimmy. Turns them. Kick it out to Norm. BP closes. Norm creates a no call. Oh, tipped out from Zubac, who came back in. Zubac, Looney. Faces. Great defense. And no good on the shot clock buzzer. Great defense by BP. BP against Dunn. Get it to Looney. Steph has to touch the ball. Steph held on the other side. Jimmy falls down and James. BP on his pivot foot. Now it's late. Now you got to create. He goes by Zubac. Misses it. Zubac rebound. So Jimmy fell down and nothing happened. James turns and goes to Zubac for a jump hook. Down by 3. Steph and Kawhi. Steph and Dunn. Kawhi drops. Crossover. 2 ball. No, goes to Looney. Oh, we got the putback. Get back. The give back is good. It rattles around and nearly missed, but it went in. Steph via Loon give back. Classic Warriors basketball. That's the play. The play is the chaos, the organized chaos. And man, Steph is one of a kind, right? Steph is one of a kind. Tie ball game, timeout, Lou. I mean, like, what does he tell him in the timeout? Don't lose Steph. Don't lose Steph. It's crazy. How many timeouts they got left? 3:36 to go only. I'm going to rewind and look at the timeout graphic to see if I can see anything. It's they had 3, so they had 1 to burn anyways. Good job by Lou. Obviously, he's a genius. And they got 2 left, 2 timeouts left apiece. Oh man, it's shaky nail biting time, man. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. Ooh, we got to lock in. Yep. So now Steph is unleashed. Now you kind of don't mind the hero ball, right? I hope I don't jinx myself there, but like now it's just like, oh wow. And those were open though. Those weren't hero balls, right? That was a dagger, but it was created by the organized chaos that I should actually clip that. I will clip it because it was just, you get a clipboard out and track all of that. That would be insane. And ABC getting all of the benefits of this craziness. Or ESPN, my fault. ESPN. All right, we got to play defense now. And I'm still recording, so I'm a little handicapped here. All right, Dunn and Gary. Steph steals it. Oh, Steph came through on defense. Steph stole the pass to the nail. Incredible steal. They find Gary, baseline, blows a layup, got his own rebound, hit the rim, and it went to 14. Yeah, that's correct. Steph falls down. It's a foul called by Kevin Scott. HO Steph steal pass to nail. After all that, like they went to the nail, and Steph shoots the nail this time. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like he read it, just so smart. Such high IQ. Thank you, Steph. Such high IQ. They've been wanting to go to that nail every single time. And I kind of want to look at the replay on that one. Hold on. Let me see how that happened. Yep, he just waited on Chris Dunn. The MVP chance. Up by 2. And BP Kawhi left hash mark. Gary's there to meet him. That's what we're doing. We're playing the safety valve is on the nail. Norman Powell, reverse layup. Another one. Norman Powell. Man, they basically got 3 all-stars. We got a guy at the nail at all times. Steph does not shoot the hero ball. Draymond inside to Jimmy. Jimmy back out to Steph. Shoots it. Missed it. Fouled. We got a foul on James Harden amazingly. Wow. Just got enough. And good thing Lou lost does Lou have a challenge? Can't remember. Honestly, I'm horrible. That's my Achilles heel. I can't keep track of challenges. Hits the first. I know. Steph got a call. Amazing. Good to have you, A West SF. Because I thought maybe Steph kicked out maybe on that one, but I only saw it the extra time in real time. I didn't bother to really look closely. Steph, all three of them. That's what he does. All right, here we go. Jimmy and Norm. Norm pierces the paint. Bad pass to Zoo, but he kicks it back out. Zoo got it. BP trying to bother Kawhi. Does not shoot the three. Draymond, fadeaway two. Got it. Oh, my. Wow. Kawhi fade two over Dray. But I'm okay with that because only a two. Steph brings it over. We're approaching 2 minutes. 2 minutes now. 159, 158. Gary handoff. Steph pulls up over Zubac. Got it. Oh, he had the swagger. He knew it was in there. He knew. Steph 3 over Zoo via Gary handoff. Oh, man. 111, 107. We score by threes. James turns the corner on Gary. Scores easily. That's a little too easy, Gary, but didn't want to foul him. Steph brings it up again. You got Zoo on the chase. 3 guys chase him over to Draymond. Finds Gary in the middle. Turns around, gets it to BP. Too risky. Get it to Steph. He's hot. Kawhi holds him. No call. He's blitzed. Behind the back to BP. BP's got to fire it up. 2, 1. Shoots it, and they're going to call traveling. And Draymond wanted the ball in the middle. Didn't get it. Draymond with the... Dray looks dismayed. Well, that's a huge play, honestly. The BP a little too selfish there. Kawhi and Jimmy. Jimmy bodies him up. Kawhi sizing it up. Steph blitzes, gets it out of his hands. Chris Dunn. Oh, alley-oop to Zubac. It's a tie ball game. Dang. That's another grenade play. Well, try to get a 2-for-1 here. Steph and Chris Dunn. Jimmy. Okay, Jimmy, Norm, back to Steph. 7 on the clock. It's going to be 1-on-1. Steph and Norm. Attacks Norm. Gets to the paint. Throws it away. Kawhi stole it. Oh, man, it came down to a turnover again. That was a late grenade, too, in the paint. 20 seconds left. 11 on the shot clock. Kawhi and GP. Timeout Lou. And I don't know why Lou clapped his hands, but you got to burn a timeout at that point. You kind of got to do it. And maybe he is mad at himself for calling the timeout right when Kawhi was going to move on the Chris Dunn screen. I don't know. But 17 seconds left, man. He said my bad. Well, anyways. Yeah. Yep, 2 bad possessions. Yeah, we do have a chance. Yeah, BP, but I don't think it was his fault necessarily. Keep it on the positive, like Alias has chosen. Good job by welcome Stephen Dawson. Good job by Alias to keep it on the positive. But we're not out of this yet. We got 2 timeouts, 9 seconds on the shot clock, 17.5 overall. Got to play good defense. Steph is out. Looks like he'll be on the bench for defense. And who do we got in there? Gary, Looney, Moody. Okay, so Moody came in. Moody for defense. Automatic timeout. Whatever happens. Draymond switches to Kawhi. James gets it to Kawhi. Here we go. Screen Chris Dunn with the slap on the butt. I've never seen that. Kawhi 1-on-1. Draymond reaches. Third team foul. Well, it's fourth now. All right. So Draymond with a take foul, basically. Well, it comes down to this. Can you get the defensive stop? 2 timeouts, saved him up for Steph. Dray on Kawhi. And here we go. 8, 7. James with the flare screen. Gary's there, though. No switch. Kawhi, Draymond. He's going to pull up. No, he does. Long 2. No good at the buzzer. Timeout. Oh, we go to overtime. He shot it at the buzzer. Smart. Kawhi missed buzzer, but good defense. Dray, just overtime. Man, this is crazy. Overtime coming up. Wow. Great defense by Dray, though. I mean, it just comes down to that. It's make or miss. And it's scary. Scary as heck. You guys, it's not a video game. We aren't good at overtime. I mean, you throw all the records out the window. I mean, those are just coincidences. Every game's different. You can't go into it like Clippers can't be going into it like, oh yeah, overtime. We're so good at overtime, right? Look at it both ways. I think a lot of times with social media, what you guys do is you go the doom and gloom, but you refuse to look at the diametric opposite of that. And when you look at the diametric opposite of that, you realize that that is just as plausible as the crazy doom and gloom thing you thought was going to happen. What's happening is that you're in stress mode and the brain will come up with the worst case scenario for you because it's trying to protect you. But if you can learn how to manage your emotions, number one, and understand that your brain is going to send you thoughts. And usually in a fight or flight situation, it's going to send you the thought of the worst case scenario. So then you blurt that out and you thumb type that out. So that's what happens with social media, and you have to understand that. So you need to be more intelligent about what you see in comments and all of that. So I'm going to tell you is that if we don't turn the ball over, Steph had another one, 6 turnovers. Just shoot the ball, right? You might as well have shot the ball inside the paint there, fade away on Zubac. Just don't turn the ball over. Draymond wins the tip, and Zubac wanted a foul. I love it. So OT, Dray wins tip, and we are at the 2:30 mark. Draymond over to Jimmy as Kawhi lunged, but Kawhi's the type of that guy that can get back, and Jimmy finds Gary underneath against Zubac. Back to Jimmy, corner Kawhi. Gets it to Gary, inside the paint, short. Man, you got to come to play, Gary. You can't be short stringing those. Short on the push shot? Man, that's odd. You just can't have deer in the headlights right now. And James gets past Gary. Missed it, though. Gary leaps and helps get the rebound. Jimmy attacks Norm. Out to BP. Looks for a 3. Air ball. Out to Steph. He's trying to relocate. Draymond will not give it to Steph. He gets it to Steph. And he missed the layup. Just timed it wrong. Man. And James will get a 3. That's what happens when you smoke a layup. Now we're down 3. And I always told my guys in tournaments, if we ever got to overtime, take a 3 the first time, psychologically. Steph gets it turned over by Chris Dunn. All by himself. That's Chris Dunn's good, man. Now you need to stop or it's going to be real tough. James and Jimmy. Why real tough? Because they slowed the game down. James and Jimmy, 1-on-1 here. Hand grenade maker miss league. 3-ball. Made it. We're in trouble. Grenade. 111, 117. Steph up top with Kawhi. Screen Gary. Steph and Zubac. Doubled. Over to Gary. Bad pass, but Gary gets it. Late clock. Goes to Draymond. Corner 3. Can he save us? He does. Has the lead. Dray saved the franchise in that one. Because Steph was doubled. Timeout, Tyronn Lue. You get 3 timeouts each. 117, 114. Can't smoke layups, can't turn the ball over. Oh, well. It happened. It happened. You make mistakes. Got to play through it. And Draymond just saved us. And gave the little high five to Steve. And I don't know. It's up to Steph. Steph's got to figure it out. He's the one directing traffic out there. And we go down with the ship. I mean, I'm all in. Like, save us, or, another turnover probably kills us. So it is what it is. I don't know that Curry is exhausted, so I'm going to delete that. I don't know that. Did he look? Let me go rewind this on him on the bench. No. He looks concerned. I don't buy that. I know earlier I said Jimmy was tired. I truly believe he was, because, and that was like second, third quarter or something like that, because he'd been in there for a while, but I guess I just don't want to do the doom and gloom thing right now. Like right now, I don't want to do the doom and gloom. I'm going to be the one place on the internet where it's not like, oh, this bad thing's going to happen. XYZ bad thing's going to happen. No, we're not doing that. James and Gary. Here comes the done screen. Are we going to blitz? No. James and Gary still. Steph managed to get away. James and Gary. Late clock. Hand grenade. Takes him. Draymond helps. Foul on the pass. Gary. James is going to pretend it was a shot. Come on. Come on. That's not a shot. No way. Wow. They gave him a shooting shot. That's horrible. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. It didn't even go. It went to the side to Zubac. Kevin Scott awards shooting foul. Which is wrong because angle was a pass. Wow. To let it come down to that, Adam doesn't even know what he doesn't know. He wouldn't even know to have Secaucus rule this. It shouldn't be up to the guys on the floor. Horrendous. Down by 5. 2:18 left. The Keystone Cops, man. Jimmy goes away from the screen from Gary, out to Gary, open for 3, doesn't look at it. Jimmy to Steph. Hero ball over Chris. Got it. Wardell with the much-needed 3. $117, $119. Assist by Jimmy. And we're slow rolling this again. Kawhi and Draymond. Draymond tries to force the action a little bit, but Kawhi step back three. Missed it. Make or miss league. Gary rebound. Thank you, Draymond. Steph brings it up. Bye-bye. Oh, he's dribbling between two guys. He's stuck in the corner. It's a turnover. Another one. James and Gary. We need another one and get another chance. James turns Gary. Blocked by Jimmy. Oh, what? Goaltending? Oh, wow. Is that challenging? That's, come on. 2 bad calls in a row? Oh, okay. That's a goaltend, I think. Pretty sure that's goaltending. James is turning Gary too many times, though. It's just, it's un-Gary-like. Man, it's actually feels subpar. I don't know. Do you guys feel the same way? Since we're not doing any polls, does it feel like Gary's 1v1 defense versus James has been subpar? Yes, no, I don't know, maybe abstain. Or, I mean, if you think James does this on the regular anyways, then vote no. But I think Gary's been subpar on defense. $1:14 to go, down 4. Get GP2 out, but who else? Maybe Jimmy? I guess Jimmy. I don't know. I think you need offense now then. Not going with Moody. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's 50-50. Jimmy and James looking for Steph's inverted screen. Jimmy to the nail. Reach in, over to Gary, back to Jimmy. Late 3. Missed it. BP did what he could, but yeah. Oh, BP get fouled? Yeah, call the foul on Norm amazingly. BP saves the day. Oh, red foul. We're going to challenge? No, just a timeout. Timeout, Steve, I think. Down by 4, 54.8. Always comes down to turnovers. I know, we got a whistle amazingly. Steve and Dawson, I appreciate that. I didn't mean to say it was all on Gary. It's just the last 2 possessions. If there's one thing to correct, it's the turnovers. Like, that's why we're losing. So that's why we lost. If we lose. But it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Down 4, 54.8. A lot can happen. So, but I just wanted to clear up the poll isn't to throw Gary under the bus. It's to actually, analyze those last 2. I don't think he's having the best game against James. I'm shocked, actually, that James is getting past them that many times, 2 in a row. Draymond in the corner on the inbound from Gary. Inverted screen. Jimmy probably fouled. Yes, late call, but they called it. They had to think about it. Should I call this? And then they did, amazingly. So what a great ATO by Steve. Steph inverted, Jimmy slip, and one done. Got to make the free throw. He's missed 3 of them tonight. Oh, Lou's going to challenge? All right. 119, 121 right now. Let me look at the replay. Oh, yeah, his forearm is all over him. But, okay. Challenged by Lou, whatever. But now I can end this poll. Will the refs screw this up? It's clearly a foul. Will the refs screw this up and say no fouls? Yes, Keystone Cops. I have no confidence. I think they're going to screw it up. No, and one coming. I don't know, maybe abstain. Let's go. They're going to screw it up. They will screw this up. I have a feeling they're screwing this up. Assuming I got it right. Am I right on this? Like, that's the issue at hand? There's not enough to overturn this. I'm sorry, but they're going to screw this up. That's not a foul? Oh, I thought it was. No. Is armbar not a foul? We always get called for it in the regular season. I know it's different today, but no foul? Wow. All right. No illegal contact. I don't know. I don't understand the rule book, but we always get called for those arm bars. I thought not enough. I thought arm bar, left arm bar on back plus not enough to overturn that. I don't get the rule. We always get called for that. I don't get it. Well, 48 seconds, down 2, need a stop, basically. Good old-fashioned need a stop. Kawhi and Draymond, left side. Kawhi turns the corner. Oh, Jimmy's there to block it. They called traveling. I guess he caught the ball on the way down, and Jimmy's hobbling. That's the bad news. Yikes. Limping like crazy. Hopefully it's knee on knee, as Kalena just said, or Fitz just said. Well, we got the one we wanted. Steph inside to Gary. Nearly travels, goes to Draymond. Missed the layup. He tried to throw his body in and he smoked the layup. Oh, man. Well, we still got 3-second differential. Smoke layups and turnovers will kill you. Over to Norm Powell. BP's there. 6 on the clock. Gets by BP. Foul on BP. You couldn't keep him in front. I understand you had a foul to give, but you couldn't keep him in front. Man. BP reached in. 4th team foul. I guess it doesn't matter. They were going to shoot at the buzzer anyway. I don't know what you do. I think you got to go for a steal and then foul. That's why Bogey's in there to shoot free throws. Gary's got to get a steal here somehow. Over Kawhi, Jimmy reaches, they got to foul him. So they foul him, and Jimmy's still hobbling. 6.1. Hope he's all right. Looks like he's holding his thigh. I'm not sure. Oh, boy. Kawhi missed a free throw. Wow. Incredible. So get Looney in there. QP rebound. You got to rebound this. Did we get some tall guys in there? Oh, boy. We got Draymond and Moody. You got to sub in Looney. There's Looney. Thank goodness. Everybody box out. They didn't put in Zubac? All right. He hit it anyways. So 6.1 left, down by 3. Will the Clippers foul? That is the question. Okay, it's his quad. Jimmy has quad injury. At least it's not the knee. Layups. Layups and turnovers is what I would say. Oh, can't use the God's name in vain over here because we got Sister Agnes somewhere watching. Oh, do you put in Buddy Hield? I think you have to. Yep, absolutely. Smoke layups and turnovers. Smoke layups are turnovers, basically. Man. Well, here we go. Jimmy's going to inbound. Just get it to Steph. Just get it to Steph. You could throw a shot with 2 guys on him from half court. I don't care. That's better than anything else. Oh, they're going to go to Buddy. Nope. Way off. 3 seconds left. Got a foul. Well, you didn't listen to me. You got to go to Steph. Got to listen to me on that. I don't know who to blame on that one. But if the whole play was the Buddy, I'm sorry. That's not the play. Harden hits. Turnovers. Turnovers and smoke layups. Same old, same old. We get what we get. If you don't learn how to not turn the ball over and you got to learn how to make layups, then you don't have to go to the play-in for future reference. Of course, we're paying for the sins of the 25-26 team. So blessing in disguise. That's a good way to look at it. I'm disappointed in the turnovers and missed layups per usual, but how many times have I said that? It's the same thing over and over. So until you learn how to not do that, then we're going to have these heartbreakers. And we're just not going to be good enough, just that much away from being good enough. So it's funny thing is it's on the veterans, right? At least it's on the veterans. BP did what he could. He had one bad play, and he had a hand grenade. It's always on the vets. Like it's nothing really out of your control, in other words. And again, I have to remind everybody, we're 22-8. That's still top 5 NBA since the All-Star break. So it's not all that bad, and we didn't get the 6th seed. And well, I mean, if we started keeping the record since the All-Star game, we would. But unfortunately, paying for the sins of the past. So I still think what we saw tonight is still potentially able to win the championship. So let me ask you that, because I heard a radio person make a Sith absolute. Do you think the Warriors can still win the championship? Playing Memphis. The good news is that with Memphis, it's our get back game. Like, we're going to remember us losing to them. So at least we're going to remember our play and loss to Memphis. Of course, they're going to remember the last loss. They'll remember the last regular season loss. So I don't know if that cancels out or anything. Probably cancels out. Why would you type that in, Bloomer? Golly. Yeah, see if Butler will be healthy. If Steph plays like he did this game, we lose. I mean, I hate to say it, but I agree. But I don't know. Maybe he'll learn from this. So I don't want to highlight it on the screen too, because I don't want to throw Steph under the bus either. But overall, I kind of agree with you. Draymond had to be benched in key situations. Oh boy. Asking about Kuminga again. Step number 1, come to our live streams more. Step number 2, here's the article I wrote. It's laughable when you say Steve's going to be on the hot seat. Who do you think wants as who does Steph want as his coach? Ridiculous. You guys come up with the craziest shit, all you new guys. Man, we're the last place on the internet that actually thinks that Steph has a say in who his coach is. And all right, let's wait for Steve to go on the podium. Wow, that's 3 straight losses at home, man. Horrendous. Come on, veterans. Nah, each game was different, so you can't say there's a pattern, but there's going to be a perceived pattern. Oh, man. There's only 2 more years anyways on Steve Kerr's contract. I mean, of course, the other side of the coin is you never know with the NBA, but like, why? I'm trying to stop the doom and gloom on my channel here. Yeah, I mean, if we played the Clippers in a 7-game series, I would think you'd give JK a chance. So Steve has to take responsibility for that one. So, you know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, I agree with you, but I understand. I understand why for this one game you'd go with Gary. Ironically, Gary wasn't good those last couple possessions. So Steve went with Gary, and it is what it is. So, in fact, Gary had a little deer in the headlights a couple times. So I don't know, man. It's yeah, we're not doing this, the doom and gloom stuff, dude. Golly. You guys gonna hit the like button? If not, please leave. We didn't want you here anyways. 150. No, there's too many. I don't want everybody that's on right now. I don't want you all on. You know, this is for high vibrational. So let me explain what that is. This is what that is. Here we go. Refresh.
You can sit down with somebody for 2 minutes and just exchange a few words and know where that person is vibrationally. If they talk about other people, gossiping, hating, like, all right, this might not go that far. I remember one time I had moment in the studio where J. Cole was there, and I was just having a bad day, and I started just talking trash. I was talking to my other friend, Teron, and Cole came in the room, and within 2 minutes, he heard what we was talking about, and he got up and left. And I just remember being like, damn,
What we say?
why did he do that?
Yeah.
But then I realized we wasn't on the same frequency. He not on that, complaining. That kind of conversation does not circulate in higher level rooms. He didn't judge me. He didn't say nothing bad. He sat there, he listened for like a minute, and then he got up and left. Because what happens is when you're high vibrational, most likely, those people are going to bring you down. You're not going to be able to bring them up.
We have too many people. Yay, we lost 20 people. We need another, what? We got 50 likes, so I need 76 people. Please go away. Please leave if you're high vibrational, if you're low vibrational. I'm the only guy on the internet that would say leave. Think about that. Think about it. Let's get Money Long right on here one more time. I want to pause this with Money right there. Thank you, Money. Get out of here. Don't want you. If you can't even hit the like button, please leave. If you want to stay, then buy me a coffee. Buymeacoffee.com. Let's go Warriors. If you are high vibrational and you feel like you found a place where our Blue Wrench, bless you, Blue Wrench people have quickly deleted all these Twitter kids. If you like that, then buy me a coffee or at least hit the like button. Here's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr. And if you're on Instagram, I'll give you a bonus. I'll show you Steve Kerr. Here we go.
Steve, a game at that high level that comes down to the very end against obviously huge plays made by them, huge plays made by you guys. Do you come out of it okay, our guys played well, we got another game, or do you come out of it mad? How do you?
Big time basketball game. I mean, that's one of the best teams in the NBA, and so are we. That's how I look at it. Great game, high level stuff, stars being stars. We came up short, but not for a lack of effort. A lot of great execution, a lot of stuff that was very impressive, but we couldn't quite pull it out.
Is there any kind of late game choices or mistakes you'd like back? I mean, I know there was you guys fouled pretty late in overtime. And, at end of regulation, you took the foul to give, but that took the shot clock off. Is any of that you feel like was a mistake?
Not really. Where you go for a steal first, and then you try to get the foul next, and we got what we wanted. We got the ball back down 3 and had a decent look. So. It's like I said, high level basketball game, and both teams played really hard and really well, and we just came up a little short.
Jimmy was definitely limping there towards the end. Did you get any update? Is that at all?
It was his quad. I think he got a knee in the quad, but he said he's okay.
And did you go in this knowing he was going to play 45, 46 minutes? Did you know that, or it just became clear that he wasn't going to come
playoff
out?
Game, I mean, Harden played 48, Kawhi played 47, Zubac 42, Powell 44, Brandon 43. So when you get to these type games, you tighten up the rotation and you play your guys and you go for it.
And was that a direct result that Jonathan's not going to play if the guy he usually subs in for isn't going to come out of the game very much, or was there other reasons why Kuminga did not play tonight?
We just found a group, with since Jimmy got here, that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just, this is how this game played out.
Steve, how hard is it to offset
a minus 17 rebounding deficit there, and what are the ways you can do it if it's possible even?
I thought that was the part of the game that the only part of the game really that bothered me a little bit. I thought there were 5 or 6 loose balls that we were very careless going after. One hand, I think Moses had one where he just loose ball and he tried to retrieve with one hand. A couple times balls on the floor. We tried to bounce it instead of going in, and it's a great lesson. We'll show those those clips and remind the guys that the ball is gold. The ball is everything, and so we've got to do everything possible to secure the loose balls and the rebounds.
How much of that is Zubac's size? Because I mean, I think in the 4 games you guys played him, he averaged like 16 rebounds a game.
Zubac is a load. He's a great player, and they have a really good formula, with the pressure that James puts on you in pick and roll. You're constantly having to play cat and mouse with Zubac. Do you come over and help? Do you stay back? And when you do come over to help, then he's right underneath the basket for the rebound. So they've got a great team. Like I said, I think they're one of the best teams in the whole league. I hope we get another crack at them.
You have to very quickly kind of shift your mind. I think you play 2 days from now against Memphis. Early thoughts on that? And, Memphis, a different team, but came in here and beat you in the play-in game a few years ago. I guess how urgent do you feel, getting that 7th seed?
Well, we got to turn the page quickly and move on to that game. And, so the guys will have tomorrow off. We'll come in and have a walkthrough on Tuesday and ready to roll. And great opportunity to win a game and get into the playoffs, which has been our goal this whole time.
You had Jimmy on Kawhi for much of the game. I know Draymond was on him at the end. It was just like seeing those 2 guys look like they were both at a really, really high motivation, high level, just to see those 2 particular guys going at it.
Pretty impressive. Kawhi, Jimmy, 2 of the biggest, strongest wings in the league, both superstar players. James obviously had a monster game. Steph had a monster game. It's just incredible basketball. Really amazing to watch both teams play.
I mean, talking about Steph and James, like, does that kind of give you kind of flashbacks from your playoff battles, the 2010s and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, until you asked it, I wasn't thinking about any of that. But James has been in the league forever. He's a great player and always an amazing challenge to try to slow him down.
Steph got through today. It looked like healthy, but how concerned are you about his thumb and also that he now will not have those days to rest and you have to turn around really quick?
Well, that's what makes Tuesday's game really important. Is if we can take care of business, then we will have 4 or 5 days before the first playoff game. So, I'm not worried about Steph. I mean, sore thumb, and he goes 7 for 12 from 3 and 36 points. So Steph is Steph.
You guys talked a little bit about getting back into an offensive rhythm after the last game.
Yeah.
In order to win today and also just make a deep playoff run. Did you like what you saw tonight? Was it a little bit better direction? 119
points, against one of the best defenses in the league. We turned it over a little bit too much, but, they have a lot of long athletic guys and Zubac's in the paint. And but I thought the rhythm was really good, 31 assists. The game flowed. A lot of guys played well.
Steve, before his injury, it seemed like a lot of things were running through Jimmy, as they often do. But how do you view the way he played? And it seemed like this was a sort of snapshot of playoff Jimmy, as they say.
I liked how Jimmy played. Did you? Did you like the way he played? I mean, he's an alpha. He's just like, he's out there and he wants the ball and he wants to get to the foul line, and you can just throw him the ball. You don't even have to run any offense. You just have to get spaced, and what a luxury that is. So 30 points, 9 assists, 1 turnover. In this guy, total stud.
Coach, given the history of your team within the play-in and then understanding how hard they had to play tonight, still came up short, how do you feel going into Tuesday with just 1 day in between today and then to get prepared? Good, bad, indifferent, from your perspective as a coach?
The play-in game's actually don't exist. There's no record of any play-in games. The stats don't count. I don't remember anything about being in the play-in game in the past. It vanished from thin air after they happened. It is what it is. It's been great for the NBA, and it's exciting. It creates a race within the race, and so this is what it is, and we got to go take care of it.
As the regular season concludes, what do you think about Draymond's body of work for potentially Defensive Player of the Year?
Oh, I think Draymond is the Defensive Player of the Year. I can't imagine him not winning at this point. Just what I witness every single night, the incredible versatility of his defensive game and how powerful his brain is. He's an amazing player, and he's had a great year. I think he should win it. I am a little biased, though. Thank you.
What was the conversation with Kuminga like when you told him he wasn't part of the rotation tonight?
I just told him in the walkthrough that we were going to change I didn't tell him he wasn't going to play because I wasn't sure if he was going to play or not, but I told him that we were going to not go to the usual rotation in the first quarter and then go from there. Thank you.
All right, a lot of good comments in there as we were able to weed out a lot of people and get 30 people to leave our chat, which I don't mind, honestly, because I have different priorities in life, and I hope everybody learns from this one live stream. Is like just like Money Long and J. Cole. J. Cole is going to leave the room in a music studio if he doesn't feel like there's high vibrations, which is probably why he exited the whole K-Dot Drake war, because it's low vibrations. It's like negative energy. It's like Anakin Skywalker, Sith absolute lords defeating each other, and then there's only two of them left type deal. It's like I choose to live a life where I'm happy to see the next moment. So I want you guys to understand that's where we're coming from. So I choose a high vibrational life. I'm not gonna I've got way more things to do than worry about the Warriors losing on Tuesday, or like it doesn't feed my ego if we win. It's just basketball. Basketball is a process. And it's interesting to see this process of, is Steph going to understand that you can't have 8 turnovers in a game? So I don't know if he needs to feel out the Clippers and feel out a tough team. And Draymond can't smoke layup. Are they too old? So it's just going through this process where we learn. We live and we learn, and it is what it is. And people can play better and so on and so forth. And maybe in a 7-game series, you definitely play JK. And Steve's not going to go out and say, oh, that's my bad, we should have played JK. That puts too much pressure on JK. But I would think that Steve's going to go up to JK and say, okay, we lost. An L's an L, that's my bad. We play him in a 7-game series, you'll be in the rotation. So I would think that Kerr would include JK in a 7-game series versus Clips, and he'd tell him that and say my bad, because I'm sure his agent is taking notes like 0-1 without JK, with JK as a DMP, So if he's got a good agent, he just says, 0-1 with my client as a DNP. So yeah, I mean, that's a mistake, but who knew that Gary wouldn't be effective? Guy didn't play. So I think maybe those are 3 things we could have done better. Dray making a layup at the end. He's got to make more layups, period. But he did make a big 3. And wow, the poll is surprisingly more no's than yeses.
Draymond in an overtime game.
All right, here's Draymond.
Draymond in an overtime game with 23 lead changes. How would you describe the intensity of every possession in a game that was already pressure packed for the 6th seed?
I think two teams fighting to get in the playoffs. Two veteran teams. We both been in these situations and know what it takes, which led to that intensity, and they got it done. We didn't.
Draymond, you just mentioned the fact that it was intense. You guys are veterans. You know how this goes, but you got one day between now and seeing Memphis here at home. How are you guys feeling in the locker room knowing that you got a quick turnaround like that?
We'll be fine with the quick turnaround. We haven't fared well in these playing games, so got to make sure we're locked in and ready to go. But as far as it being a quick turnaround, we'll be all right.
Draymond, I was just going to ask you about that, about your history in the play-in games. Do you see any pattern to it? And obviously you are a different team now with Jimmy than you have been before, and he's had great success in the play-in situation. Do you draw on that at all?
We just draw on having Jimmy as a whole. He saw the effort he put out there tonight. That's it. Not necessarily the experience in the play-in or any of that. Just riding our aces. That's it.
Draymond, what are the ways you can sort of offset a rebounding deficit? You guys were minus 17 in rebounding in a day. And how hard is it to win when you're that far behind on rebounding?
It's tough to win. We also didn't get a lot of loose balls. So it's, rebounding is one thing. But then some of these loose balls that are just bouncing and we're not getting, the long rebounds, they're loose, we're not getting. So we got to be better at getting loose balls.
Draymond, you referred to this a little bit with Jimmy, but how's the vibe different in a big game like this with him as an asset? It seemed like so much of the game was running through him. How does it feel different with him in this kind of setting? And if going forward, if you do make the playoffs?
It's completely different. You have a guy who can kind of slow the pace of the game down for us, get us into good things. Just having that extra added weapon, having another number one next to Steph is different, and so definitely makes us a much better team tonight. We didn't capitalize on this great game, but it makes us a much more complete team, better team.
What are your early thoughts on the Memphis matchup?
Ja's been playing incredible, shooting the ball really well. Jaren's played great all year. Baines come back on, after having a tough start to the year with some injuries and different things. He's turned back into the Desmond Bain that signed a $200 million or whatever it is his contract was. The reason he got that contract, battled through a lot of injuries last year, come into the year battling some injuries, and he's found his footing. So, really good ball club. But I think our coach staff have a great game plan. We got to make sure we go execute it.
Hey, heavy minutes for you, for Steph, for Podz, and for Jimmy, 48 minutes. What did you see him pour into those 48?
Everything. At times when he was tired, he just continued to push through it, which is who this whole league has grown to know. So, tough one, but we got to bounce back.
When it comes to getting some of those loose balls, do you think fatigue was maybe a factor? You guys have been playing like it's the playoffs for the last.
Hell no. You just got to stick your nose in there and get the loose ball. It ain't got nothing to do with no fatigue. If you was fatigued tonight, you should go home and stay at home.
Draymond, how would you assess Steph's play considering he's got that heavy wrap on his hand and he poured it all out there too?
He was great. I think guys did a good job of screening for him, getting loosening the defense up on him. They're grabbing him and everywhere he is on the floor. That's not a complaint about the grab, by the way. That's just me explaining to you what he's playing through, and he continued to push. Got the ball in his spots, took advantage of the defense. So yeah, all things considered, he was really good.
Draymond, we know what that week off would have meant for you guys and how much you wanted to avoid the play-in. How much confidence do you have that you guys have the juice and just the legs to make it through a whole playoff run without that week off?
We'll be fine. Playoffs, you playing no back-to-backs or anything like that, so just got to get there. We'll be all right. We're not senior citizens. We're high-level basketball players. If we have to play tomorrow, we'll be all right. You train all year for this. So, yeah, it's no disrespect to the senior citizens, by the way. We love our senior citizens. Just throw that out there. But we ain't there yet. We'll be just fine.
Draymond, did you want the matchup with Kawhi there at the end of regulation and then into overtime? Did you seek that out?
Yeah, I wanted to match up. Yeah, I did. He's great. Every time I play against him, I improve because it's such a challenge. He's one of the guys I enjoy playing in this league the most because he's so good. A lot of people don't give him the credit he deserves. Only when it's beneficial do they give him credit. But he's so fucking great, and you have to be dialed in order to try to guard him. And even when you are dialed in, it's still a very hard challenge. So he's one of the guys that, for myself, I enjoy playing against the most in this league. He'd have to be in my top 3 of guys I enjoy playing just because I hate playing against the teams that, the star players aren't out there. I like to play against the stars because it just challenges you on a different level. When you watch this league growing up, you love watching the matchups with Kobe and another great, Shaq against David Robinson and Tim Duncan. Like, those were the matchups. Shaq versus the Pistons, with Ben Wallace. Like, those are matchups I enjoy watching the most. And now being in this position, those are the matchups that I like playing against the most because they, when you're playing against greats, they just require you to play at a different level. And every time I play against Kawhi, he requires that. And so I'm always excited to play against him. To just challenge you to be better as a basketball player.
Dray, what happened on the 2 late plays, you with the rim and Buddy coming off for that 3-pointer that he didn't get going very well?
I completely smoked the layup, and Buddy missed the shot.
Was it the shot that you wanted? You guys wanted?
Yes. That was the play that was drawn up, and we got the look. He just missed it. GP made a good play in the pocket, and I smoked the layup.
Draymond, I know Taylor Jenkins is not there anymore, but there's still some kind of juice or emotions when these two teams face each other in Memphis and you guys?
I don't think they care if Steve Kerr wasn't here anymore. They still want to beat the hell out of us. So we're fighting for a playoff spot. They are as well. Everybody knows what's on the line. I think the juice will be just fine regardless of who their coach is.
Draymond, people often talk about the downside of a quick turnaround, but are there any positives of playing in 2 days, especially after maybe putting up 119 points against one of the better defensive teams?
Rhythm. It kind of keeps you in the rhythm, the flow that you've grown accustomed to all season. But there's not much positive to us playing on Tuesday, other than we need to go win the game.
Cool, great, thank you, Podz and Steph.
Podz and Steph coming up. Yeah, man, there's a lot of stuff that's discussed in the comments. don't know if I can catch up to all that, but yeah, the mind is an interesting thing, isn't it? That's where I've made a lot of progress over the last year and a half in being a happier person, honestly, is to understand how the brain works. It's going to always choose the worst case scenario thought most times if you're in a situation where it's stressful. Now, here's my other thing, though, Thor, now that I'm talking about it, is do you think maybe there's some other thing in your life that's causing stress that bleeds over into the Warriors? Because this is just a basketball game. You know, it's here to provide entertainment, but also life lessons. Especially here on Let's Go Warriors, I like to relate it to life lessons. So the process by which the Warriors are going through, and now you got to be excited about Tuesday. So now you got to move on, right? In the locker room, they're not thinking, oh, we should have done this, should have done that. I mean, that's natural. I did that when I was playing basketball, and like we'd lose a big game in a tournament and we'd be like, I did too much of that. I actually wrote about that on our website. And you got to move on, and you got to just be like Steph. What would Steph do in this situation? He'd go, hug his family. And once he gets to the gym, it's all locked in on Memphis and figure Memphis out. So, yeah, I would say Steph is less than 100% on defense. I do think his butt pad is an issue. Then again, he did get that steal late on the pass to Zubac. Oh, your father? Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. Stress can be passed down, passed down generations. And also, it could be hardwired in your brain if you we're taught, we're exposed to a lot of stress in between ages 2 through 13. It's a fact. Go look it up. It's out there. So it's tough. Oh, I mean, I got to deal with my dad. I'm sure he's stewing right now. I'm sure he yelled at the screen and said STUPID, which is why I don't, because I don't want to just live in that kind of negative vibes and that kind of, it comes from your gut, when you're mad, angry, it comes from your gut. You can feel it in your gut. That's not good for your gut. Your gut is an energy center as well. It's got its own, everybody knows this, microbes, microbiome and stuff like that. And it's got its own intelligence on how to digest stuff down there, right? So when you feel anger, it affects that. You can feel it. You can feel the negative energy brewing. So I want to just not have that and keep my body free of that, because your genes are going to produce proteins based on how you feel. So if you're feeling bad all the time, it's going to produce the genes based on that information. So I mean, go look this up. I only learned this in the last year and a half. So So understand that. So it's like how you feel is based on what emotions you have, and how you feel forms your beliefs, and then your beliefs form your attitude, and your attitude becomes your life. So if I'm trying to break that cycle, nip it at the butt and just stay positive, because if you start thinking negative thoughts, and then it's going to follow that you're going to believe those thoughts, and then you're going to have an attitude that's based on those beliefs, which turns into your livelihood. And then you're walking around agitated all the time, unable to think about the present moment. You're either always thinking about something you could have done in the past, or something that someone did to you in the past, or you're thinking about the future and you're worried about Tuesday, you're worried about Memphis, you're worried about this or that. So it becomes a habit. And that may be why you're worried about Tuesday, whereas it takes a commitment to change your belief system, which I did. And you know what that did is it healed my relationship with my dad. Now I don't look at my dad, and we don't get into arguments about Steve Kerr. We don't get into arguments about, he likes to point at people and blame them and say, that's the issue. And you need to fire Steve because he's not a number 6 seed or whatever, right? And it's like, I understand that he's addicted to that. Now, can I stop the addiction? It's a process. That's not going to happen overnight. And it sure as hell ain't happening unless he realizes it at some point in his life and wants to change. Now, it may be too deeply rooted, but the way I look at it, how I healed the relationship, was that he's just doing that to protect the family. He's done that ever since he came to America with one suitcase. So you have to have like this warrior mentality. I call him the samurai warrior, where you're nitpicking this, nitpicking that, and you're making sure you have the best grades in college so you can go get a PhD, so you can go and get the best engineering job, so that you can protect your family, which I am included in it. So I'm grateful for that. I'm actually grateful that he is the way he is, but I also understand that he's programmed to do certain things a certain way. And so if the Warriors have a bad game, he's going to analyze the shit out of it, and he's going to assign blame and want to fix those things, because that's the program that made it possible, honestly, for me to be here. So that it's kind of a paradox, but at the same time, I feel like it's my responsibility to stop that generational pattern where it's true, my dad, you have saved the family and presented a situation where we're not in poverty. We have a roof over our heads. We have the ability to put food on our table. And now that we're safe, now it's my job to turn the firepower off, because we don't need it anymore. It's breaking relationships. If I'm this way, I've already broken relationships. The league that I ran eons ago, which I tout as my experience here, the teammates that I had, I rubbed people the wrong way, and lost a lot of relationships that way. So now, finally, as Brandon is approaching the podium, finally, I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, I get it now. And now I can learn how to be open my heart, be more loving, have more happiness in my life, because my dad, as the samurai warrior, sheesh, man, I mean, he sacrificed a lot. He lost his job, was abrasive to fellow employees, co-workers. And, I kind of went through the same cycle and noticed the pattern, and now I figured out why. And so, like, I want to break that pattern. And the ultimate would be if I could get him to see it the way that I see it. And we're on that path. So it's getting better, and it starts with someone between me and him's got to stop arguing. So for me to actually see how he is and actually love him for that, rather than like, oh, you're, you do this, you're this way and you're that way. And, you can sound judgmental, as I probably have sounded judgmental to the random people that come on here, but we don't really have time. Like they're throwing negative 200 character comments. I got to do, nip it in the bud and take out my lightsaber and be the, Ben Kenobi and do what I can to clear the safe space for you guys that are coming back here all the time, so that I can explain these things so that we can help out people like Thorfinn, And so, yeah, I look at everything the Warriors go through. I can handle it because there's way more difficult things in life. Like this is just basketball. So but there's a lot of things you can learn. So, and the funny thing, I wrote about it in the article, is that people don't realize that Steph Curry embodies this day in and day out. All you have to do is figure that out, but it's not easy to figure out. So like the way Steph got there, which was positive reinforcement between the ages of 2 and 13 from his dad. Oh, you just got to shoot around with Larry Johnson, Vince Carter, and myself and Muggsy Bogues. You should feel grateful. I do, Dad. I feel really grateful. That was fun. And then just the positive reinforcement on that, and the strong, I'm not even a religious guy, and here I am, the strong Christian foundation of knowing that certain things that you do and say, you should be a nice person. And he is that. And so Steph acts like our beacon. And it's weird because I feel like I finally see the world the way Steph does, but it was through a completely different path. And he did it his own way. And I finally found a way this way too. So now I want to, so I'm just trying to shortcut you to go look at stuff. Don't just listen to me, look at stuff. Try to look at everything in a positive way and try to do that. But then, there's a whole lot to it. It's not easy to have a dad that's abrasive and yet understand that, oh, he actually does it because he loves me. Isn't that crazy? So once you can figure that out, man, world opens up. Now, I still got a long way to go because there's other things that I need to come to grips with. I need to find peace with. A lot of it is the social media commentary. A lot of it is as I've said before, dealing with Warriors PR is you'd think it's fun. It's not. It's more gladiator stuff. So then, then you get into fights with Raymond Ritter. You do. Everybody does. That's the part that people don't know. It's the dark underbelly part of it. Like nearly every media member has had a run-in with Raymond Ritter. At some point you will. He's got a tough job. And thank you, Dean, that one time, just saying, they got a tough job. Like all of those things, it's hard to 99%, 100% become Buddha-like with. So sometimes I still got to grapple with that. Or it's somebody in the Warriors organization, or it's another person who's a media member, or it's this, or it's that. Like the NBA is super competitive in every aspect. So then how do I deal with this? So I'm far from getting there. And I would love to perfect everything on YouTube, and not everything on this YouTube channel is perfect. Far from it. Like, look how long it's taken me to do the Discord, and it's not ready yet, right? So anyways, I'm working on it. Here's Brandon.
It's not necessarily the outcome you wanted going into this one, but you got another game on Tuesday, pretty quick turnaround. How are you guys feeling going into this one?
Oh, we feel fine. After the game the other night in Portland, we essentially have 3 home games to win 1, and we didn't get it done the first try, so we got 2 more cracks at it.
Brandon, you guys needed a 52 from Steph the last time you guys played the Grizzlies. What can you learn from that last game for Tuesday night?
mean, it was just one of those nights where he got hot. So we did our best to get him the ball. Obviously, with Jalen Wells out now for them, it might look a little bit different in how they guard him. But everybody's ready to step up. Everybody's ready for the moment.
You had 7 rebounds tonight. The rest of the starters combined to have 7. How do you guys get better on the glass, and especially with some of those loose balls as well?
I think that's the biggest thing. The glass we're going to take care of. It's just the loose balls. There's 3-4 possessions out there that we could have had that they got tonight. And whether it resulted in points or not, it just gave more of a rhythm. And so we get those. I think we have a better chance of winning the game.
At the end of the regular season, the bumps and bruises really pile up. How much does it hurt that you guys won't have a week off and that you have to play Tuesday?
I just look at another opportunity. We get to play the game we all love. Another opportunity to play with all of our brothers that we've formed a connection with throughout the year. And, you know, quite frankly, we just got to win one more game. And that's just what it is. It's not the most ideal thing, but you got to look at things, you know, both sides of the story, and we get an opportunity to play.
Lots of guys played heavy minutes tonight. You were over 40. Jimmy played 48. What did he give you in those 48 minutes?
Everything we could ask for from him. You know, play well, score the ball, assisted, got stops when it meant the most. And that's what playoff Jimmy's about.
To have somewhat of a slow start to a season and then get to a point where you're a starter and you are playing heavy and important minutes for a team headed in a game that had such heavy implications. Does that fuel you at all as you go into the play-in, knowing how your game has progressed this season?
I mean, I think how I'm playing now is just kind of how I envision myself playing, you know, in the summertime. Going into the season, obviously it didn't start the way I would have liked, but I give credit to my teammates. They've, you know, stuck with me. Even the coaching staff stuck with me, giving me confidence when times were bad and just knowing it all shake out how it was supposed to shake out. I knew I wasn't a 15% three-point shooter, and I've turned it around. I don't know what I'm at now, but I've turned it around and couldn't be more happier that, you know, me and the team are playing as well as we are right now.
Brandon, what does tomorrow look like for you? Are you a film guy? Is it just kind of get your body right? How do you prepare yourself for such a quick turnaround?
I think I watched our last game back against them since it was, you know, so recent. See what they like to do, see what my matchup will be, probably Desmond again. But just try to take them out of their patterns, and then I'll come in tomorrow night, get a massage, and probably just get some shooting in a little bit. And then Tuesday morning, some more film, and then come in for a walkthrough, and we'll kind of see what we do collectively as a team to prepare.
You just mentioned playoff Jimmy. How comfortable are you and confident are you entering such a high stakes game with a guy like that?
I mean, I don't know how you could be any more confident. I don't know if there's any one person in a playing situation that you would want on your team. Maybe Steph. And we have both of them. So, you know, the confidence is there. We know him and Steph are going to produce. And now it just becomes what other role guys are going to step up and, you know, want the moment.
We'll be up here.
I'm a little wary of of doing this because I've always kind of been wary of letting people on the team, players, NBA players on the team, actually have access to the Discord, because once in a blue moon, it might sound like I'm throwing a guy under the bus, and it's inevitable. But with Joshua Moody, who is probably Moses' cousin, look at this on our Discord. I've got everybody, people who have free access to the Discord will have access to all these ones on the bottom, because these ones on the top are harder to, I actually pay money to have Twitter feed into some of these and other sources. But these all remain free, but they're like, these are posted to later, but we do have, you know, for free, Rona Moody. Her tweets automatically go into the Moody channel. So every time Rona tweets, which is a lot, and it's good because she's always supporting Moody, obviously supporting her son, but you can see all of these retweets of Rona, and that's fine. I mean, if you want Moody content, you go to the Moody channel. It's there, and she doesn't complain. She doesn't, have anything but high vibes in that channel. So it's perfectly fine. And I wish everybody's mom would tweet so that we could automatically throw those tweets in each channel. But yeah, that's an example. But these are like premium channels up here. Warriors feed. You got Draymond talking. We got the whole Draymond interview on audio just a few minutes ago. So if you want access to the Discord, number one step is have patience. Number two step, email me and have patience because I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. And put the word Discord into your subject line so I don't lose track of you. Of course, you can just come back to these live streams and somebody will ask, oh, how do you get access to the Discord? And by then, I'll have an invite link and all of that. I better get that up soon, but it's tough, man. It's tough. I don't even know if it's probably costing me money. Like, I'm sure there's people out there that want to pay $5 for all of these Warriors feeds and NBA feeds, but like, I'm shooting myself in the foot, but I'm trying. There's only so many hours in the day. Anyways. Oh yeah. No, I mean, just email me. I'll get you. Let's see. Taking a walk. Yeah, absolutely. Getting back into nature for sure. Yeah. You have to go into Tuesday with excitement. How can you not? I know, right? Yep, exactly. Let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Oh, Dubs in the house. Yeah. This is the Texas state champion in high school. We'll be good. Uh-oh, you got a Moody criticism here with Moody's cousin listening in. Get Moody's confidence back up. I don't think he did anything wrong on offense. He maybe fouled too much late, but that's James Harden. What did he do wrong? I don't think he did anything wrong. What was his shooting percentage? 2 for 4, 4 points. Only had 1 3. It was a different type of game. I mean, sure. I mean, if you had a 7-game series, it might be good to come up with some plays that utilize Steph's gravity and end up with Moses on the receiving end of a catch and shoot, maybe. But like, it's hard. Just one game. Like, we're a 7-game series team. Don't forget that. Like, we're not a 1-game series team. We've never been. Which makes the play-in on Tuesday kind of concerning, but it is what it is. Like I said, I go back to look at this. Look at our record. Well, you can't see it right now. We're still, what did they update this? 20-7. Third best in the league since All-Star weekend. We would have a number 1 seed. We'd be the number 1 seed in the West. Wait, where are the Thunder? Knicks, Warriors. Oh, okay, they did that wrong. We'd be the number 2 seed in the West if we counted the standings based on since the All-Star break. So we're paying for the sins of the 25 and 26 team. And that is right here. Okay. StatMuse. All you got to do is Google it. That's how I found it. We're number 2 seed if counted since All-Star Weekend. So I think we'll be fine no matter what happens. Like, we'll figure it out. We will. Let's go look at Jimmy. Jimbo. Let's listen to this. Left thigh. Full media availability, really? 6 minutes.
Jimmy, how's your thigh feeling?
Wow. Play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That helped me feel better.
What happened? You played 48 minutes tonight. Remember the last time you got up to 48? I'm sure a decent playoff.
I don't remember, but it was a 48 to a losing effort. So hopefully the next 48 is going to be towards the dub.
Did you go this knowing you're going to play almost the whole game?
I mean, I would like to hope so. Whatever it takes to win at this point for everybody. If 48's needed, 50's needed, then you got to be able to do it. We did it, so we back to the drawing board. We got an important one on Tuesday.
Did the coach tell you that was? Oh, you just that's the way it worked out.
I'm always ready to go though.
How do you feel going into the play-in? Obviously, you've had great success at the play-in. The Warriors, on the other hand, have not had good success in this configuration.
Great. We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine.
What are the things you want to take from this game into the next one?
Win.
You guys didn't win this one, though.
I know.
So what are the things what do you want to take from this game?
Don't lose.
Did the offense run pretty well for the most part, you thought?
Yeah, we're all right. Maybe contest some shots a little bit better. Oh, get to loose balls. There you go. Lose balls, rebound. I think my sorry ass had 1 rebound. So if I rebound a lot more, the game might be different.
It's hard to win minus 17 rebounding.
Yeah.
I think you've been a part of a lot of playing. Like, do you like that change that the league implemented 5 or so years ago?
I don't take any chance for granted to play basketball, to compete and to win, whether it be the playoffs or play-in, any basketball game. I think I'm super blessed to be able to call myself a professional basketball player in the best league in the world. So it sounds like you can go out there and compete on that.
What was the matchup against Kawhi like for you?
Keep going, as it always is. 2 fierce competitors, along with everybody else over there and in this locker room. They got us tonight, but, maybe we'll see them down the road.
Is there anything different that you do to prepare for a playing game, or is it just kind of business as usual?
Nah, I go into every game the exact same. Confident, working on my craft, seeing how I can get everybody involved. And more than anything, I'm trying to figure out a way to win.
Anything you feel like you can take from that last matchup with Memphis a couple weeks ago going into Tuesday?
Honestly, I don't even remember that. I had to ask questions about it earlier today. I'll go watch some film and figure out how I can help everybody in here be productive and be the best version of themselves, along with myself, and get one on the home floor.
So asked Draymond what mindset was going into a play, and he said, "We got Jimmy. That's what our mindset is." What is it like to hear that, and do you feel that responsibility?
I do. Man, we got a lot of really good basketball players around this locker room, key in what we're trying to do. I like the confidence that he has in myself. I also have that same amount of confidence. So I know that I and we have a job to do, and I know that we're capable of doing it. So playing, here we come.
What did it feel like, not only his confidence in you, but I mean, Steve obviously ran a lot of the offense through you today. I mean, it was clearly a big responsibility on you today. And think about the arc of your season. This is what you wanted, right?
I wanted to win. I don't care who the ball, who's getting the touches, who's scoring. It didn't end the way that we wanted to end. So we got to figure something out, myself included, and hit the ground running come Tuesday. But it felt good to have the ball, make all the right decisions, put the ball in the basket sometimes. But all of that to say, we still got a game on Tuesday that we got to win.
Did you sound not worried now about your thigh? Were you in the moment? I mean, you looked like you were struggling.
I mean, it hurt.
Yeah.
It hurt, but I'm not too worried. I know that I'm going to be ready to go. Armando's going to take great care of me.
Did you get a knee or something in the thigh? Is that what happened? Yeah. It's just underneath the basket.
Did you learn something today about what you can do with this team in this type of pressure-packed game?
Nah, we've all known what everybody can do, not just myself. This is just a really good, time of the year for everybody, and I'm excited that we all get to showcase our talents again on Tuesday.
What's required to improve in the loose ball department?
The will and want to do it. You can't just bend over and try to pick it up. You got to get on the floor, put your nose on it, dive. Everybody. Probably so Steph. I don't want Steph to dive. I don't. Just being brutally honest.
Can you describe how, obviously everything's changed since you've come, just the level of play? I don't know if it's like 600, 700 ball, but how hard it is to do that down the stretch, which you guys have been able to do with you in the lineup now.
We all right. Like I said, we're right where we want to be. We get an opportunity to play again at home. I think we've played well every quarter. I think, some of our best basketball is late in the fourth. Everybody's confident. Everybody's comfortable. Everybody know where the ball got to go. So on Tuesday, I think we'll see a different outcome.
What's different to you? What's different to you about today's game, Tuesday's game, the playoffs? I mean, we're talking about the intensity. Is the style change? I mean, what about this?
I think the focus, the importance of every single possession, knowing what you're supposed to be doing, knowing that they gonna know what you're supposed to be doing, and also you're supposed to know what they're supposed to be doing at the same time. I think that's the biggest difference. And we got a game on Tuesday, but then after that, we potentially could be playing the same team 7 times.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Anthony Slater, for posting the freaking entire one. That's a rarity. But I think Slater was just listening and realized, oh, that's a good one, and that's a good one, and I'll just do the whole one. Okay. So that's it. We're going to hit 4 hours, and we haven't gotten Steph yet, have we? No, we haven't gotten Steph yet. I guess we'll wait for Steph. Check the Draymond one. How long was that? Okay. Dean Chambers in the house at all? Sent you the link. Oh, cool. 6. Okay, gotcha. Well, I got to go work on the videos, but if Dean's around, then maybe we can wait for Steph. Oh, Rory won another Masters. Oh, he's so good. Rockets are really good. Yeah, every team's good. Whole West is good. I mean, you don't think Minnesota could maybe surprise the Lakers? It's certainly possible. Certainly possible. Dean! Hey, thanks, buddy. Well, right back. I had to use the restroom. Yeah, you got.
Oh, say something, Rich?
Cool. I'll be right back.
Oh, cool, man. Ah. What a tough loss. That was really it was a great game. I'll give them that. But all the mistakes, all the problems earlier in the season, every one of them only bit us once, I think, maybe twice. But they got us in the worst moment. Very upset about not being able to win this game, honestly. This is do or die for making the playoffs immediately. No matter how well the Clippers played, But I don't think we can say anything until we see what happens in the play-in, you know. Yeah, Tuesday. Gotta play the Memphis Grizzlies on Tuesday.
As you joined us, appreciate you joining us. We're still waiting for Steph on the podium, I think.
Yep. I heard Ritter say that. I think he'll be there. Yep.
Just thinking about it, like, it's funny how Steph on the podium last week did say, while also asking reporters, I wrote about it on the website, to give Jonathan a break. No more Jonathan questions. He asked the media. Of course, he didn't. He has no power over Twitter, so Twitter's going to talk about it. He even said on the podium, Steph did, that JK needs to be a part of this. So as I was using the restroom, I'm thinking, you know what? If it means that from now on, the coaching staff has no choice but to include JK in the strategy, good. Because you can't do that again. You have to. You're going to get Steph caught in the corner with double teamed, and you have to utilize Kuminga. So
felt that turnover coming. Coming.
You got to have him involved. Period. And that's as much as I'm going to blame Steph for the 8 turnovers. This is also on Kerr,
yes,
because it's a loss. If you would have won, I would have left you off the hook.
It was a gamble that he made and lost.
Say that again?
It was a gamble that he made and lost.
Yep.
Not playing John, not playing Guy. And we have 2 more games to make the playoffs. So, you know, it's not the end of the season. Even if we lose again.
Let me put it this way.
That was a gamble and he lost.
But he is equally to blame as Steph is for 8 turnovers. So you can't rank them at all.
I thought this is one of the worst Steph Curry games I've seen where he got a lot of points. You know?
So like if
the turnovers especially.
If social media is going to be mad at Steve Kerr for not playing JK, then you have to be equally as mad at Steph for those 8 turnovers. You can't say Steph needs to be fired, because then you'd have to say Steph needs to be traded. Like, you can't do that. Like, it just is what it is.
No, but he has to play better. He has to play better. Just the carelessness with the ball is, and I don't think I have to say this, but obviously Steph is the reason I'm here. You know, I mean, it's the reason I love the Warriors is his game. You know, his game is the reason I love watching this and being on here with you, the philosophy and everything. But he has to play better, man. You cannot do that shit in a big game. Sorry, bro. You cannot get
on
the baseline, throwing it 3 feet in front of you into the arms of another player. You can't do that. That's not clutch. And we know Steph's clutch, but that was not.
Yeah, that's another. You know what's crazy? That's a thing that I was told not to do. Guess which grade?
3rd.
No, 8th grade. I didn't start playing until 7th grade.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, Lee, you don't kind of a joke. That, you don't do that. Yeah, you don't dribble into 2 people in the corner.
Especially on the baseline, going out of bounds. It's fundamental high school basketball, at least, you know. But least, you know what, man?
Back then, you knocked it off with their knee.
Yeah, you throw it or their face.
Oh man! But anyway,
on accident, of course. But yeah, you know, I didn't break anything, man. I did not, Bruce. But it was a long period of dragon breaths, you know, to try and get my mood right, you know. Because I respect the Clippers. They played very well, but
winnable.
We had every opportunity. We had opportunity after opportunity to win this game. They were falling from the heavens for us. And we just kicked them all to the curb, man. You know?
Yeah.
But you guys are a little quick to judge. The season is not over. Even though I don't. The 7th seed, that's way harder than the 6th seed to win a championship. It's exponentially harder now.
You mean based on statistical?
Based on history, yeah. No one has ever done it as 7th or 8th seed, ever.
Yeah.
You know, so made the finals, yeah. But obviously Jimmy, 2023. But win it?
I don't know. My rebuttal to that is this is a weird season because of the different dynamic of the NBA where Taylor Jenkins, Mike Brown, and Mike Malone can get fired, and you can pick up a Jimmy Butler at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So our season so far is 22-7, and so now we're going in, and so I'll if they pull it off, people would look in the almanac and go, why? And then you go, oh yeah, that was the season they got Jimmy Butler at the trade deadline. It was crazy, and they went 22-7, and it's like, oh okay, so.
I mean, if we win on Tuesday,
here's Bruce's comeback. Yeah. No.
If we got the 6th seed, we would have beaten a lot more good teams and closed out a lot more important games, even with Jimmy Butler. And you know me.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I totally agree. We were
the Spurs game in this game, Rich. Come on.
We haven't had 82 games
of Warriors excellence, sir.
This identity if we were in the middle of the season and I said this is an in-season tournament to play in the in-season tournament, and this is game number 29.
We were good when the in-season tournament rolled.
Do you think we'd be better by game 82?
Yeah.
Okay, then. There you go.
I totally agree with that. It's just,
yeah.
We already had 2 shots at this, right? We have 2 more
to go. Though. It's a process. This is our game 29. That's the problem.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but let's put it this way. For a regular season, this was a failure. This game. For the postseason, getting to face the 2 seed if we win versus the Grizzlies or the Thunder as the 1 seed, God forbid. That might be a different playoff gauntlet, I guess is what you call it, than the 6 or 5 seed. But I still wish we just won. We should have won. We could have won, and we didn't. We didn't. We made as many mistakes as they made great buckets. They hit some Harden, Kawhi, especially. They hit some incredible buckets, and we made some incredible blunders. Really, we did, man. Just thoughtless, careless play, and this is the last game of the season. There's no back-to-back or 12:30 start. This is the last game of the season, and it's the first play-in game.
Well, I will agree with. I don't agree with you saying it's a failure, because I agree with Dean Agon that it's more of a process. I still think we're in game 29, and show me the 82 games and let me know how we are then, which will bleed into the next season. But I do agree with you that there probably wasn't urgency that this was it. Like there's a cliff behind you if you fall. Like I think that's just, I don't know, the culture.
I don't want
never
to wait
really
the very last second though.
Yeah, we have historically done that.
That's not good. You're not you don't have KD. You know, Steph's not 28. You can't do that anymore.
We didn't treat this like Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
We did not. We didn't treat it like it was a lucky play-in game for the 6th seed, which no one should get legally, but we had an opportunity. It's not like the Clippers would have fallen out of the playoffs. Well, I guess they would have by the end of the game, right? But
and you know what signals to me that the culture, and I think it starts with Steph and Steve. This is a behind closed doors thing. You know why? Take a guess. Which play tells me that we did not treat this with the urgency of a Game 7 NBA final?
Well, I don't. The play that's going to stand out is, was it at the end of the 4th quarter when we had the shot to win the game?
Anybody in the comments know what I'm thinking?
Yeah, I don't know.
Good guess. Now every guess.
We didn't use any challenges either. So, yeah. I don't know.
It's
Rich,
the last play going to Buddy Hield. Come on, bro. Give it to frickin' Steph. I don't care if there's 3 guys on him.
Bro, give it to Jimmy.
Well, we're down by 3 though. Give it to Steph.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, yeah, but they're gonna take Steph away. They're gonna triple team him. You know what I mean?
He had a chance to catch it with 2 guys on him. I don't care. I'll throw it to him.
Yeah. Another turnover. No, sorry.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. You have to go to Steph. If it's Game 7 of the NBA Final, you can't live with yourself. And that's the thing, is the culture of the approach tonight wasn't, oh, I'm not going to be able to live with myself if I fill in the blank, don't play JK, go to Buddy Hield for the last 3. It wasn't like that. And so we didn't play this game like it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And that to me is kind of weird. It's weird, but it's like, I'm not surprised, but I don't know.
Those are just not the winning decisions a championship team makes. You know what I mean? You have to be like less predictable. You have to be less predictable than we were today. Everything we did was predictable, I think.
I mean, the Buddy Hield shooting the last 3, that's unpredictable.
That's not unpredictable in a good way.
Yeah, no, I get it. No, but I guess I don't know. Like, it just felt like, I mean, whatever all of this other stuff we can talk about, it's just like, I didn't feel like Steph treated it as a well, anybody on the team treated it as
Steph was hurt. Steph's head obviously was hurting him.
Even Draymond saying, we're not chasing the ball the way we're supposed to be. Like, come on, Game 7, NBA Finals, exactly. You chase that damn thing, and we just didn't have it. And I don't know why. Yep. I don't get it, but maybe it's hard. That's the difference between Let's Go Warriors and most other places is we try and figure out why. We're in a good enough frame of mind to try and figure out why. So is it fatigue? Is it injury? What is that? And why? Like, maybe we can figure out, if we figure out why didn't Moody go after that ball as if it were, to save his life, which is what
we haven't been doing that all season.
Yeah.
That's been the main problem for so long. And Butler helped a lot with it, but he can't do everything, What time this season did you feel like guys were predicting where a ball would be and leaping, like diving on the floor for it? My guess is never.
We don't have that. Yeah.
We don't have it. And we had it in 22. And I don't know where to get it from, but we're going to need it. BP, yeah, I think.
Oh, BP. Yeah, he saved the ball that one. That was incredible. Yeah. Like, we had no business having that ball.
Mm-hmm.
But can we get it?
Yeah, he had real good hustle plays today. Moody, I think, can do it, has done it. But he's so calm,
Like, he was tired.
He's almost too cool.
Yeah, you couldn't tell if he's tired, and he was still the same calm after that. Draymond's yelling at him. It was hilarious.
I love that about Moses most of the time, too. Moody. I mean, most of the time. But
you got Draymond yelling at you, and he's still the same calm.
Yeah.
Like, if Joshua's still
almost no one else in the league can do that,
amazing.
bro.
That's an amazing trait. How in the world can you even do that?
He's from Arkansas,
that's
man.
A family thing. That's being a Moody, man. Isn't that funny? The Moody family ain't Moody.
Yeah, it's like it's like someone named Steeler, and they're like the most honest person you know.
You're trying to find an analogy of Moody not being Moody. It's a tough one. Oh man,
so, I'm not. I was upset with this loss, but it's not like I'm gonna not root to see the Rockets in the second round. Warriors Rockets is a great, rivalry, great matchup. Worry a little because Steph seems to have some bad luck in that arena. He's been hurt quite a few times in strange ways, slipping on sweat, landing on a metal part of the stairs or whatever. But as long as he's healthy, I mean, that's a great showdown, and obviously, they would be excited to see us. I think more than any other team that could come in the seventh. I'm excited for that. I feel like it's tough to say you're going to win a championship and not be able to win a game like this. That's all. It's just hard. And the JK gambit, the Santos gambit did not work, and Kerr has to live with that.
Yep.
You can't playing an old veteran team.
Mm-hmm.
If that works out, that's cool. But if it doesn't work, it didn't, you have to look back and go, Harden, Kawhi, Santos, Jonathan Kuminga, they might have worked. They might have helped, if they were confident. And you don't know if they'll be confident, but
that's where it gets into, I'm almost glad we lost that one. Like, don't do that again. And if it takes this loss for you to not do that again, and
don't do that again,
and treat it like, Game 7 NBA Finals to save the world type deal against aliens, like, come on, you got to have Kuminga in the lineup. So
yeah,
and then, but it's equal to, come on, Steph, you got to not turn the ball over 8 times. So, okay, like,
yes, but that's not playing well. The other one was an option.
It's not thinking well on Steven the Steph part.
That's brutal, Rich. Damn.
No,
he decimated him.
Equal. To me, it's equal. You can blame Steph on the 8 turnovers, but there's equal blame to Steve for just the culture of not treating this as a Game 7 of the NBA Finals, which is the vibe that we got. So I don't know what it takes to not ever have that again, but if it takes us taking the L and you didn't play JK, well, now you got to play JK. You can't live with yourself.
Maybe that's why we needed to lose.
That's why.
Or JK and Gee. I'm Gee bound too.
Yeah.
Or
Gee
bound.
Energy.
Energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we get those guys to play meaningful minutes in heavy games, then good. Honestly, I'm glad for the loss if that's what it takes.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why we made that gamble in the first place. I don't understand that.
I know. Yeah. No, well, yeah, that's.
I know you wrote about it. I've got to look at your article soon.
I've got a friend who keeps beating herself up about a mistake that happened a year ago.
Yeah.
So, people make mistakes. So you'll learn by those mistakes. And boy, we made a few tonight and still we almost won. So that's good news.
Yeah.
And no, I'm with you on that. But if that's what it takes to, from this point on, never give JK a DNP. Steph, never have 8 turnovers. Please, no more than 4, please. And Draymond doesn't smoke a layup in crunch time or whatever those things are. Like Moses dives for the ball even if his calf's about to go out.
Oh yeah, just dive for the ball even if it looks
just like
scary.
Jimmy said, anybody but Steph.
Yeah.
No,
Steph
but,
will
you
do
know,
it though. That's the problem. You know, Steph will do that. Like,
yeah, yeah, he will. He will. If it's game 7, he will.
Yeah.
So he gets that, and yeah, no, I'm glad we were able to turn this around into, looking forward to the opportunity on Tuesday. Looking forward to um, improving ourselves via mistakes. So that happens in life too. So you gotta be able to get past that and say, okay, I really made a mistake, and I gotta learn from this. I almost died driving to Sacramento on the morning shoot around. I almost killed myself to get to a Warriors morning shoot around. You think I didn't learn from that? So, and that was a mistake that's even worse than any mistake that could have been made tonight in this game.
of course. It's
So
only basketball. Yeah.
we all make life mistakes out there, and I'll be the first one to admit it. And it's tough to admit because it's like, what were you thinking, Rich? Really? You did that? Like, you really almost sacrificed your life for the Warriors? Are you crazy? Yeah, I was crazy that day, but I learned from it. Here I am. And
Good.
I don't go to any more games. See? I really learned. Oh man.
We need you around, man. Gosh.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Man, I think we're still waiting for Steph.
Yeah.
The Michael Jordan question: did Michael didn't get calls like Steph? No, but it was a different era.
He got calls, as he should have. He's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And yeah, and I again, it comes back to, I think it comes back to the top. Adam Silver doesn't know what he doesn't know. Like, he doesn't know the game well enough to implement into the referee system that this is a 2-time MVP, only unanimous MVP ever. Fans don't want him to be fouled like this with no calls. So he's got to understand, like, even in a pickup game. So Adam doesn't have that arm's length. He doesn't understand just how you play on the pickup game. First 1 to 11 by ones, check up. He doesn't get that. Oh well, it's a different era. Everyone's making millions though, so there's that.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody except for the Sonics.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
what else
man.
is going on? Oh, thanks, brother.
Phones at every ref. I'm sure they do that already, bogus.
Yeah, but then it's a systemic problem, right? If they keep not calling it, then it
Yeah,
goes,
but I bet every team is doing that for their.
and they're inundated. So
But they're not Steph Curry. On the other hand, he shot 9 free throws tonight. That was not a problem. He got his calls tonight. Tonight. I'm tired. This afternoon out here. Good old 12:30 game on the Pacific. But yeah, he got his calls tonight. He shot 9 free throws. So I hope that continues, because I feel like he should shoot 6, 7 free throws a game, not 4. But
all right, still waiting for Steph. Amazingly, let's check the Discord to see if maybe he went to the podium and the feed from the NBA is at fault. Who knows? Let's see. Rory McIlroy, yay! Okay, let's see.
Oh, he won a Masters, huh?
Oh, Jonathan getting up shots. Oh, we can't play that music, but he's getting up shots. Wow, nice reporting by Danny Emmerman, man. We're gonna get Steph. If Danny is, he had to rush out there. He's competing with John Dickinson and 95.7. All of them are out there. Are we going to get Steph at the podium?
I heard Raymond Ritter say Steph was gonna come on.
Sometimes he takes a while.
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
Maybe
Steph
not.
always coming out the showers when he can, you know. No, Rich. The problem is we play really hard. I really like the guys on this team. They're loyal. They're tough. They're all that. Just sometimes we don't have the highest basketball IQ. Like people say that about Kuminga. Fine, but what are we comparing it to? Like who's playing next to? It's like, I'll wait for the rebound to bounce to me.
Okay. I thought you were talking about organized chaos. Like Steph is just
no.
You know, it gets a little crazy out there.
It does on offense, but defense and hustle plays just it's like we're on automatic. And you can't I'm telling you, man, you cannot play on the motions as hard as you try and do them. If you're just going through the motions, you will lose to good teams who know how to read things ahead of time. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet. You know? But
that's why the Warriors rated, you know, it gets into, I think it's systemic across AAU. And also kind of European players, they don't have the athleticism. But yeah, like the lack of IQ and hustle, I think it's a problem of this era. And like that's why they valued Pajemski so much. And that's probably why we took a flyer on Guy Santos.
Yeah.
Guy went on the podium and said that he's been doing that ever since you tried out for Brazil at age 14. So you damn well better go dive for that ball. Otherwise, you got no chance of making this Brazilian national team. So,
but I feel like we've all been playing hard. You know what I mean? I feel like the team has been playing hard.
They just don't know how to hustle. That's that's why I keep going back to the 2013. What I remember the most about that team is that Festus, Harrison, and Draymond, they all loved going to get the loose ball. They knew how to do that. They really wanted it. And this generation of players, with the exception of in America and AAU, and you can't even call Pajemski a normal AAU player, right? He doesn't fit the mold. But these guys like Moses and JK that fit the AAU mold, they just don't know how to do that.
Trayce are senior. They played until their senior year in college too, you know? So those guys are different too. Yeah. But the fundamentals just aren't there.
How many?
I'm watching guys jump for rebounds when they should box out. And that's basic stuff, man.
That's one of my criticisms of JK, actually, although I think it's a league-wide problem, an AAU problem, which is he knows to jump for the ball. He just doesn't time it. He's off by 0.2 seconds or 0.1 seconds. And that's just enough that Kawhi is going to get it instead of you. Or the other night, it was whoever got it instead of JK. Like, just not, can't jump and go get that thing. It's just like, come on.
Now you have to have proper positioning. You have to, you know, understand where to put your arms.
That's again why Jordan was one of the best, because fundamentally sound, the footwork and the timing. People don't realize that part. He gets those rebounds.
Yeah, Jordan was great at being fundamentally sound, but the thing is, he drilled that into his teammates like a drill sergeant in the Marines.
Yeah.
That's why they won. Really, he drilled that into them.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore in this culture.
No,
America.
But you have to find a way. You have to find a way to get the message across in a different, I don't know, medium, I guess, or something. You know, a different philosophy. But you have to get that message across because this is just basketball. You cannot. So if you have your hands out like this, like a T for a rebound versus a W. The swim move, I'm telling you, they're just going to swim move you every time. have your hands out with your elbows by your sides, right,
yeah.
and you push down, they can't adjust your center of balance because it's not up here near your neck, it's down here near your hips, and they're not going to be able to move you. And we don't have guys boxing out.
Yeah, you know why? Because
they never were taught that
in AAU, Dean. Nobody cares.
You play 7 games a day or whatever.
They could
lost
care
that one.
less. They never heard of what you're talking about just now. It's not taught. Like, you know what's more important to
they have
teach
YouTube
camps?
Sure.
What they teach at AAU camps is, how do you deal with the media? How do you deal with this? All these mental things. And it's like we've lost there's no agenda to actually box out in a freaking AAU camp. So it's systemic. That's America for you. Oh, well. So if you do those things, maybe you'll stand out. Maybe you'll be better than the rest.
Draymond.
Waiting for the next Michael Jordan to show up that maybe does it differently from the get-go in AAU. But it's the whole American culture, and some of it is uncontrollable. You know, you got more haves and have-nots. There's no more middle class. Can you really blame an AAU parent for doing what they do when they're so desperate? I mean, I can't really. It is what it is. So,
man, look at the best players on our team other than Kevin Durant. Who's the highest ranked one coming out of college? Andrew Bogut? Andrew Wiggins? Like Butler, Clay, Steph, Draymond? All those guys are middle class. You know? A lot of the other great players in the league, you know, like Anthony Edwards, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Jokic.
No, it's already a different American political era now. We have literally, like, there's a lot of poor people trying to get their kids a D1 scholarship and hoping.
Oh, you're talking about money. Yeah. Income. Yeah. Maybe that's, you're right.
They got to just do what they got to do. Like, there's no time to go through the right process to build this fundamentally sound basketball player.
No, that's true. You got to get buckets and get paid.
6'7".
Yeah.
Yeah, my kid is 6'7", 7'2" wingspan. Let's get him to the NBA the way that they're doing it right now, which is dunks and highlights, and so it is what it is. But then we got to teach that better, and now we're starting to teach that at the NBA level, and maybe this is one data point of why the Warriors got to continue to improve the player development. You come through here, we're going to teach you how to box out. Can you imagine in the previous era where you came to the NBA, we had to teach you how to box out? That's ridiculous. All of us older people here sitting down going, that's crazy. But
no, we would have to teach them how to shoot, though.
Yeah, that too. So it's nuts. It's nuts. So I mean, I can't really be mad that Moody didn't go chase the ball that one time. Like, it's just not part of his DNA.
Not one time. I'm not trying to single out any player today. We lost in overtime. The Spurs and this Clippers game that's a buzzer beater and an overtime loss by 5 points. It's not like we got humiliated or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that, but that little fundamental things with all the talent we have on the team, and maybe a little bit more trust in some of the young players, just a little bit more trust that they will be able to figure it out, without having too tight of a leash. Those are the reason we've lost even 7 games with Jimmy, really. We went through it this time, and all those games came down to little mistakes, really. I
got to go back to the one example on the boxing out fundamental.
Yeah,
I remember when I was my toughest coach ever was my sophomore year. So we practiced with the varsity one day. Maybe it was early in the season where you could do that. And
Yeah.
the drill was freaking boxing out, and you get a point if you got the rebound and it hit. I can't remember the details, but it hit the floor first, and then you got the rebound. Like that's how good you had to box out.
You were the one boxing out. Yeah.
And the crazy thing is the varsity team had this guy, what's his name? Chris Lane. I forgot his first name, but last name Lane. 6'4", lanky, dangerous elbows. When you're lanky and you're 6'4", oh wow, dude, I gotta go box him out. I was scared to death for my life. And this is before concussion protocol and all that, right? So probably you can't do that. You can't do it in this day and age. Probably you'd probably get a parental lawsuit or some crap like that. But like we had to do that, and that's how I learned how to box out. And there's just nothing similar to that in this day and age of AAU. There's probably nobody on the entire Warriors that ever went through that. Not even Draymond, but Draymond learned how to play defense in Saginaw, and thanks to his uncle. So there's that. But like, unless you have that, you come from a super inner city situation. Low
But that's a lot more that you got to get buckets and score type thing, you know? So
yeah,
I guess where are we teaching our players defense? It's the
Yeah,
NBA.
it's the NBA, yeah. And the Warriors do that. Look at Moody. I know. Scary. But that's why a DeAnthony Melton is very valuable out there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You're right about
would
that.
have been nice to have him tonight, man. Would have been nice to have him tonight.
But you know, the other thing is, and I hate to bring this back up, but like if we lose and Kuminga plays, at least we see a little bit of his value. Because right now,
yeah,
if we wanted to move a larger contract from a restricted free agent, you know, matching, which I think we have to do. We have to get that contract. We have to get something of value for that contract. And I hope it is Kuminga. I don't want to move him. I think he can be great. I hope we play him. I hope he shows out. He's only 22, all that. But not playing him, that tanks the value of him as a player for someone else.
I'm sure Mike Dunleavy's the first guy knocking on Steve's door. I'm sure of it because
I believe that. Yeah. No, Steve has a good relationship with the front office. He will listen to them. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to have, I agree with that. I mean, although I will put in a caveat there, the second apron really is an asterisk. You can't tell me that Joe Lacob isn't wishing that somebody offers JK a value which keeps him under the second apron, right? So there's that. There's like, this is not normal where you'd be like, oh, go ahead and I'll match, 42 million. I'll match that because then we can sign that and trade that out. Can we sign and trade? Can we do that? Is that allowed, or you have to wait?
I think you can't do that for normal sign and trades in the second apron, but for restricted, because he's on a rookie deal, that the rules around that I don't remember. I'll try and look that up. But
look it up if you could.
Yeah,
because I have a feeling that's not allowed because it's too easy, right? And I feel like the NBA generally has done a good job at closing all loopholes where it's like, okay, this team, but then it's restricted free agency, so that's still fair. But then you match it and then you can just trade them like that. I guess you can do that. What's wrong with that, huh? I don't know.
Cannot acquire a player in return an outgoing sign and trade, but yeah, the rookie part of it, I don't.
Here we go again. The clearest sign of a casual is when you come in and you say, Warriors need a big man. that tells me you don't understand how the ecosystem around Steph works.
Just say who. Who?
Yeah. The only thing that can save you from me thinking that you're a casual is to actually name the center that you would like to acquire. But then again, you'll look silly because what are the veteran minimums out there? Bismack Biyombo. Who's the Portland guy that we just played? Jabari Walker. He's not even a center.
Oh, who's their big rookie center? Their 7-footer. Portland.
Klingen, but Klingen's on a draft. He's on a rookie contract, so you can't get that. You'd have to draft the guy.
No, I just forgot who it was.
Oh, okay.
I like it. Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness. Like, come on, dude. And then you'll go, oh, okay, well, Nick Claxton. Bro, how do you acquire Nick Claxton? I mean, I guess if you mean we need to sign and trade JK for Nick Claxton, say that then. Don't just come on here and go, oh, we need a big man. It's all Steve's fault. He doesn't like big men. It's all Mike Dunleavy's fault or whoever's fault, Joe Lacob. Like, explain it. Don't be the thumb type, 180 character type guy. Like, that's tired. As Steph would say, make that old. That's not interesting. Steph is on the podium. Steph is on the podium.
Hey, you called it, Rich.
He was probably talking for 5 minutes while we shot down the newbie that wanted to thumb type the big man life away. Yeah, he did talk for a while. Okay, here we go. Wardell, finally. Then we can get out of here. No, just kidding. We'll have more to say.
Led to the loss.
My bad. Run back.
What aspect of this one do you think kind of led to the loss?
I had too many turnovers, especially to start the game. Didn't get good possessions. Obviously, trying to make up for it in the second half, but against the Clippers, they're playing some of the best basketball in the league, and over the course of 48 and overtime, every possession's got to be valuable. We fought hard and had a chance multiple times. When you give them extra possessions, they got scores, and especially when you're giving up offensive rebounds too. We couldn't get to a lot of 50-50 balls. Just in the margins, we talk about that a lot, and we didn't control that. I didn't control that very well. Certain parts of the game, and you look at a 5-point game or 3-point game here or there, one possession either way, those add up.
What did you think about Jimmy today? Plays 48 minutes, obviously guarding Kawhi for much of it, scoring the way he did. We've all, maybe not inside the locker room, been saying, when's playoff Jimmy going to show up? Did you kind of see that today?
He's aggressive, and he does what the game calls for. Like, I don't think there's anything premeditated of, I need to shoot every possession now, or I need to play make now, or where that balance is. He just reads the game, and he understood the way that they were defending us on the perimeter. He could get advantages on ISOs. Him looking for a shot is great for us, and his aggressiveness opened up a lot of other things over the course of the game. So I'm sure we'll see more of it.
Steph, 3 chances at home to win one. Your last chance up against a team that no doubt will more than likely come in here with a chip on their shoulder in the Memphis Grizzlies. That weight I asked you about the other night, is it heavier going into this one knowing how much this game will weigh on your playoff implication?
Not really. I think to the point like we had tonight, we got Tuesday, and you don't want to talk about anything else. Just, to get into a playoff series. So there is a sense of urgency. There's been one for the last 2 months for us to even have a chance. So, our history to play in, you kind of just want to feel like what it's like to get through that and get into hopefully a series with Houston.
You have talked for a month or so now about trying to avoid the play-in at all costs. How easy is it to just kind of accept what happened today and move forward and think about
Tuesday, or how kind of, I don't know, deflating is today's loss?
You're just glad. I mean, you have to take the positives of where we were 2 months ago and know our season isn't over. So we would love to have, taken advantage of these last 4 games. And you look at that San Antonio game as one that was a tough beat, but you have to be able to wash it down the drain quick and take care of our business on Tuesday and make something of this chance that we have. So we're excited about it. We know Memphis is, been playing solid, and they present some challenges, and we gotta be ready for it.
Steph, you talked about your turnovers before, and especially in the last couple of weeks. Do you strategize for a game about what kind of passes you're gonna throw or what have you, or is it just game by game?
I mean, it's up and down. I've been critical of myself, and also you got to be positive too. I had, besides the one against San Antonio, I've been pretty sure with the ball the last 5 or so games. Just tonight, the first 3 that I had were just indecision, taking chances. You're gonna have turnovers, have the ball in your hands. You want to play a perfect game, but that doesn't really exist. So you're gonna have some. There were a couple tonight that just got kind of trapped in jail, either in the corner or in the paint with 3 guys. Didn't really have an outlet, so those are the ones you can avoid. But you want to play aggressive, play free, not second guess yourself. Out of the 8, I'd say 3 of them I probably went back, just either rushing or not having a plan.
Stephen, you referenced the second and third opportunities they got on the offensive end. Are those minor adjustments for you guys in terms of just back to basics of blocking out, positioning, and just hustle plays on some of those balls?
There's a 1-2 effect. You can't be casual. Like, you can't just take for granted that the ball is going to come your way. Even if it's in your vicinity, you got to go get one. There was one Ben Simmons had on the baseline. Me and BP were around there, and I kind of casually went for it. It's like just taking what's yours. There's a mentality around it, and for the majority of the game, we didn't have that. And again, those possessions add up. Gave 6 more offensive rebounds, and they had 17 more rebounds in general. So, like, they're a bigger team, and if we have a chance to get it, securing those possessions matter. So you don't want to lose sleep over it, but you want to make sure you address it moving forward.
Steph, you mentioned your guys' play-in history. What can you learn from that? And what can you learn from Jimmy's play-in history, which is quite different?
We joked about that, I think, last week, that he went into the play-in packing for 2 months. So we would love to have that opportunity. What we can learn is you need to win. We haven't had a good outcome. It's like 3 games, maybe. I remember each one of them vividly. LeBron hits that shot in the right wing. Ja hits a couple tough buckets when they played him here. That's right. And we forget about we watched the Sacramento game down the drain pretty quick. So just win.
You mentioned the rebounding years of minus 17. I'm sure there are ways to offset that, overcome that in some games, but how hard is it to win a game when you're that kind of deficit with rebounding?
You pretty much saw it. Like, we had some heroics. We had me in the second half, Jimmy in the first half, Draymond hitting big shots. Like, all of those were just to stay afloat and just stay, in the game. If you can just get maybe and take 3 of my turnovers, let's get 6 or 7 more rebounds. That's 10 more shots you could probably get on the rim and see what happens. And against a good team, like, you're not expecting to blow the Clippers out. Like, that's 1 or 2 or 3 possessions here or there that make a difference in momentum and down the stretch. So that's frustrating for sure.
They are Clippers are 17th in rebounding. Grizzlies are 2nd in rebounding. Is between now and Tuesday, how much focus would you say would probably be on that?
A lot, but it's not technique. It's just mentality. Like, it's just go get it. And everybody have that chip on your shoulder. Because when we do get the rebounds, you see us flying in transition. We have anybody who grabs the rebound or the outlet pass, we have confidence that everybody can run and we got spacing, and that's usually your best offense. So even with Memphis, they're a bigger team, but you can kind of get them in transition if you can, secure rebounds and those 50-50 balls. And that'll probably be a good test or a marker of if we can win that game or not.
Steph, how'd your thumb come out tonight, and is it getting better?
It was fine. I mean, I try not to think about it too much, so yeah, just keep playing.
Steph, you've said that to win at the highest level, Kuminga needs to be a part of that. What do you hope to see from him going forward after the DNP tonight?
Just to be ready. It's the test of a young player in this league, and especially with our team. You never know when your moment will be there at the brightest and highest of moments. So it wasn't his time tonight. And, against Memphis, it could be a game where he makes his presence felt. So don't let noise outside of the locker room, the attention that might come from it, distract you from your ability to make an impact when your number is called. So we saw this summer, DNPs are all over the place. You got to be able to be ready.
Hey, Steph, how prepared are you guys physically to potentially play for another 2 months? With you banged up and Jimmy and like Dray took a fall today too.
If we're worried about that, we're worried about the wrong stuff. Like, you just want to give it your best shot. And I think tonight we showed up physically and with our energy. Just the attention to detail wasn't there on the things that could help us win. But we're primed. We've been here before. It's going to take a lot, but I think we have in the tank.
How do you personally feel about going into a play-in vibe, a must-win vibe, knowing you got a Jimmy, if it gets tight, you have that kind of caliber of end-of-game player next to you?
I've been excited since the trade deadline because of that. So this is the continuation of that, and just understanding we got to be organized offensively, like especially if it's a close game, second half, being clear on what we're trying to do, especially offensively, where he wants the ball in his spot, spacing around him. There's maybe 2 possessions in the fourth quarter. I didn't necessarily feel the momentum of the play call that we had, knowing there was ways to attack the Clippers in space, and we kind of let them bog us down a little bit and take our ball movement, our player movement away. But we can address all of that and be really clear on how we're trying to create shots, and Jimmy being a huge part of that, like he was the whole game tonight. So we got a lot of confidence we can figure that out.
Picked up a key win over Memphis a week and a half ago now. Just what stands out about that matchup?
Different styles, but it's a physical game, protecting the paint. They have Ja who controls momentum. You want to make sure you keep a body on Desmond. He's a great shooter, a great scorer. Jacyn is playing amazing all year. But if we can get up and down, transition, speed the game up, play to our advantages, then we should be in good shape. But it's a game of runs too. You got to know whether you start off hot or not. Just stay with it. 48 minutes of sound basketball. We should be in good shape.
Steph, kind of following up on Danny's question. With Kuminga, how much do you think he could maybe help against Memphis, given the rebounding issues you had tonight? And, do you imagine that he would play more of a role in that, given those issues?
Yeah, I think whatever the game calls for, like, coach makes decisions, and you understand when certain combinations out there, especially if it's JK, he can make his presence felt in the paint. Like, he's had some games where he's attacked the glass and made that a point of emphasis. And if he's out there, that's a great way for him to make his presence felt. But no matter what the combinations are, we got to be ready for whatever that one game kind of environment. Everybody has to be ready, including him.
Steph, can you talk about your kind of rivalry with James Harden? You guys are obviously in the same draft class, and you've had many battles over the years, and tonight kind of felt like another one of those.
Utmost respect and appreciation for who he is as a player and as a person. Like, we go way back to even college days. We were all Americans. We weren't in the Final Four, but we were in Detroit, hanging out at the hotel. Me, him, Jeff T, guys that have been around since '09 and that know all the battles we had. Like, there's just a lot of love and a lot of respect for what he's done his entire career and the levels that he's pushed it. So it's kind of cool to keep having opportunities to do it, in 2025.
Steph, they were highly complimentary of Chris Dunn and the job he did today. Obviously, you got your 36, but just what was it like going up against him, and what are some of the things that he does that maybe create some difficulties out there?
I mean, strong, quick, athletic, long reach. He's relentless too. He understands when he's out there in that lineup, it's his job to knock down open shots. If you leave him open and to guard probably the best perimeter player on the other team. And I know his career's been all over the place, and that's how he's made his impact on this team. So you got to respect it and keep going back at him. But I know he took the assignment and was pretty physical all night. I did get to mine, but he definitely makes you work.
Oh, hi, Steph. Tonight they double you a lot, especially the last couple position. But when you pass out, it seems like your teammates open, but they were kind of hesitate, and then pass back to you again. So what kind of adjustment do you think for the next game can make it the offense or efficiently?
Just making the right play. I think there were 2 times in the fourth quarter I dribbled into the corner or again dribbled into the paint and didn't really have a plan when I was in there. But you're going to see traps, and we were trapping James and Kawhi all over the place. You just try to make the right play and hope that there's a shot that's created on the backside and have confidence that whoever's going to take it and make a play is ready for it. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again, good things happen.
Great, thank you.
Did he say practice tomorrow? I guess. I don't know. Maybe he said no practice tomorrow. I'm not sure. Well, if there is, and somebody will cover it out there. And thanks to Paul Maro and appreciate you dealing with me. I had my sword drawn in defense of the team and the big man and the Zubac 17 rebounds. But my theory on that is that Zubac's got a lot of non-long rebounds. So it was a lot of missed twos that he was able to get inside. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But the longer rebounds were good at getting to the elbow and getting these rebounds and getting in transition. And that just didn't happen much. And they milked it. They really like to milk Kawhi and James for those little one-on-one actions. And they didn't settle for a lot of threes either. So they like to take it to the hoop. And yeah, I mean, maybe we play GB2 too much. Maybe you want Kuminga on one of them, and it's just Jaws ODing that new celebration. Yeah, so it's I think when you look at the box score, you're going to go, oh, we need a big man. But you got to really understand the dynamic of our team. And back to the main issue with the whole we need a big man thing is, well, it does this new big man does this new big man set screens for Steph the way Looney does. Because you got to do that. If you can't, then I'd rather have Looney in there. Can he shoot better than Quinten Post? So if you can't do that, then I'd rather have Quinten Post out there. So it's like Bismack Biyombo isn't going to go get more rebounds than Zubac, who, by the way, is making 19 million. So if you're wanting a big man because of tonight, if you're wanting a big man because of the box score tonight, then you must provide the name of the big man that would have, set picks for Steph, without blitz coverage and catch at the nail and score, or there's no other choice. You have to bring the name. You have to give me the name and provide the salary. Or provide the transaction. You have to say, okay, then we'll match JK's contract and then we'll go out and get a big man. Who is that? So on and so forth. You can't just come in here and go, oh, we need a big man. That's weak. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with Memphis that we got to worry about. I mean, again, that's why it's basically a coin flip. The play-in's a coin flip. I mean, something could go wrong, but we absolutely have to play better, just like Dean was saying earlier. And appreciate that, Palmetto. So with that, I think I'll call it a night or a day. Oh, it's 5:38 already. Wow. That was quick. Time flies when you're having fun, aren't you? No, it's fun for me. I mean, we lost. That sucks. Gives you a bad feeling and so on and so forth. But I had fun being on here. I had fun. I'll say it. I'll had fun unsheathing my sword and defending Steve Kerr, big man, Steph Curry. Not a whole lot of Steph hate out there. They know not to do that. But again, if you're going to blame Steve for anything, then you've got to equally blame Steph for the 8 turnovers. And he said that himself on the podium. So anyways, we need side. Oh, here we go again. How? Oh, man. Just, the game is played on both ends. So game is played on both ends. You got to provide the way this big man fits in with Steph directing traffic. Like, meshing with Dray and Jimmy. Better than Loon's picks and QP's threes. So, in other words, you got a lot more to provide than we need size. Doesn't have to be a center. That's such a weak, and it can't really be done in 200 characters. But you're gonna make it sound like it's a quick fix, and it's not. And by the way, if Steph doesn't turn the ball over that many times, we probably win this game. And then you never bring up the fact that Zubac had 17 rebounds. Therefore, your brain doesn't come to the conclusion that we need a big man. But I discussed that with all the other zombies from Twitter, those kids, about an hour ago. So I'm done. Maybe come back next live stream and plead your case, but it ain't working tonight. The moment you type in the word need, you got to think about why are you so needy? Okay, so anyways, next live Tuesday. It's not going to be WNBA draft because, well, the yeses came back. 39%, 39%. You're absolutely right, Sid. I'd have more respect if he'd said, we need Zion because he's wide and is a bully and can get bully rebounds, and we should sign and trade JK for Zion. Then I'd have like more respect for that. And even then, I'd have to reconsider how Zion would fit on the squad, right? So like, but at least provide that. But why am I giving you all that attention? We already talked about this. Next live. Should we go tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow. Monday for the draft. What time is the draft, Dean? Not Dean. What time is the draft, Bruce? Google. WNBA draft. Boom. There it is. The shed. Why doesn't it tell me? Why do I have to click on Yahoo Sports to find the exact details? 4:30 Pacific time, ESPN, WNBA draft. Yeah, why not? Cholo file time. Boop.
Today he came back. He came here today talking about how he got a new blicky.
For the uninformed, what's a blicky?
You don't know about no blicky, man. You had a blicky? You told me you had a blicky growing up.
Yeah.
You was a shooter.
A strap.
Yeah, that's a blicky.
Just us. See you tomorrow, Bruce. Hopefully. WNBA draft. Why not? We do what we do. Let's go, Val.